breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. into wine. Yeah, you're used to every time. Take these points, make them shine. Meet my nasty, make it high. Oh, oh, turn this water into wine. Make them shine. Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last chance qualifier here for the Wild Rift EMEA Championships. Yesterday, we saw our finalists from the open bracket WRECs take to the Rift once again, bouncing back from their 0-3 defeat to Gamelord, getting themselves back on track to Barcelona. It was a very convincing series from WRECs, bringing some new meta, some of the old meta from the patch that we'd seen, for them to go 2-0 past Clash Spain and put themselves into the next round of the last chance qualifier. Of course, they weren't the only teams playing yesterday. As in our second series of the day, it would be Team Queso facing off against Team Dark. And Team Queso, there were a few struggles in the early game, but generally managed to settle themselves off. Fantastic performances as expected from Andre from the jungle. He is that jungle carry that we've come to know and love through Wild Rift EMEA Championships. And it happened again on the Jax, the quadra kills. He was empowered by the rest of the team, bringing us the Jax, bringing us some different stuff. And Team Queso also advancing through the upper bracket. We've got 4 more teams taken to the Rift today. Let's find out who is advancing in the last chance qualifier as the show begins right now.
Welcome to the official Riot Games Wild Rift EMEA Championship.
Everybody round, everybody round, we know we get hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Last Chance Playoffs. It is day 2 of our double bracket system to see who else will be advancing to Barcelona. We know the Gamelord are already there, but we still need to figure out the rest of the teams going to our finals. I'm Stress, joined by Hell's Devil and Carmeline. And before we get into the games, we just want to jump into a video where Stuart will tell us how some of our teams made it to the Last Chance qualifier.
Hello everyone, it's Stuart here, and some of you may or may not know there is a wildcard team that qualified for the European Last Chance qualifier. Let's take a look and see how it all played out. The Wild Rift EU Series was a community tournament organised and run by Purge Tournament. 58 European teams battled it out in open qualifiers, where the top 8 teams would make it through to the playoffs for a chance to earn their spot in the WREC Last Chance qualifier playoffs, which is the official Riot Games Wild Rift Regional Championship, as well as a share of $2,000. The top 8 teams played in a double elimination bracket over 4 days of epic Wild Rift action.
That's it! That triple kill, he is legendary.
Where we saw some interesting pocket picks like Trendamere and Diana Jungle, last-ditch Nexus defenses, crazy comebacks, and so much more.
But he cannot because FMG is moving as a unit 4 champions down.
Zero Zone started as the underdogs of the playoffs, but shocked everyone when they took down teams like Formulation Gaming and Gamelord, not once, but twice. However, it was last year's European representatives, Team Queso, who would beat Zero Zone in the grand finals, staying undefeated throughout the entire tournament, not dropping a single game, that locked their spot in the WREC Last Chance qualifier playoffs. This was fortunate for Team Queso because they did not make it through to the top 4 of the WREC playoffs, falling to Formulation Gaming in the lower bracket.
Team Queso are absolutely done.
But now they have one last chance to earn their spot to go to Barcelona. Who will make it to the grand finals in Barcelona?
Well, there you have it. That was Queso's journey. And yesterday they looked pretty good. Carmeline, I know you and I weren't on the broadcast, so I'll give you an opportunity. What are your thoughts on Team Queso now coming through the last chance qualifiers and winning their first round?
Finally, I was expecting this. I was waiting for this. I said it 1,000 times. I want to see Andres and Acolyte finally pop up, and they did. So I'm really happy about it. Really excited to see them advance. And well, let's see if they can keep up the momentum. can they?
Yeah, we'll have to keep a look because we are running through another double bracket system. So, of course, it doesn't mean that one loss puts teams out. Let's take a look at our brackets and have a look at the last chance qualifiers. Yesterday, we saw WREC and Team Queso advance, and Hells, they looked pretty strong, both WREC and Queso yesterday.
Yeah, they looked incredibly strong. We talked about it yesterday, right? This patch seems to be benefiting both these teams a lot, right? Like, they have the mechanically skilled players that can pull off the champions that are going to be good in this patch. So, also, you know, as you said, the second chance. Clash Spade against Team Dark, they're going to have a long route to go to reach that grand finals. They have to win every single game because when you're out in that loser bracket, there is no more last chance qualifier, right?
Exactly. This is it. So today's games, Viv, Formulation and Control, are the teams that I think people will be familiar with by name. We'll jump into the rest of our teams through the rest of the day. Revenant, of course, a fairly new name coming to us, but some familiar players there. And those of you that heckin' love Keys in chat, he'll be back playing tomorrow with Clash Spain. Don't worry, you'll get your fix here on the first weekend of the last chance qualifier. So that's our bracket. That is our look at today's games. Normally now is where we jump into our predictions, and I'm kind of resolving that I'm never going to predict WREC until another finals. So WREC aren't on today, but that's my explanation for yesterday. Unanimous support for Viv on today's games, and I don't think that that's too much of a surprise. Revenant, while there are some players we recognize there, it's the second series of the day, Formulation and Control, and Hells is one of the people that predicted Control. What's your thoughts coming into that series?
Hey, you know, I always say don't do emotional predictions. I gotta be real honest with you. I did it a little bit here. But on another note, I do believe KTRL can take the game, right? Like, Formulation Gaming would be the superior team on paper. But I truly believe KTRL has it in them to win that series. And I want to believe today, and that's why I voted for them.
You're not the only believer, Carmeline. I know you believe in Control as well. But however, you're going to get ready for an interview. So you and I will jump into Control in the series later today. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that. So Hells and I are going to jump into a little bit of the meta changes that we saw yesterday. So we're on patch 3.1. And but is this the glorious return of AD carries? It looked like it yesterday. I'm so happy about this.
I mean, I think it is. Teams still have to get used to it, but I truly think it is, right? Like Stormrazor got buffed, Jhin got buffed. It's such a huge buff to that champion as well. And like, it opens up so many new possibilities to builds, right? To energized builds, to the crit builds. And this also opens up a lot of new AD carries to be good, like the Tristana, like the Caitlyn, and like the Jhin, right? And the question is, are they going to be able to compete with the mages? Because the mages didn't really get nerfed too much this patch. So I hope that it's the return of the ADC meta, but we will have to see how it plays out. But I believe there is a very big chance.
I hope so too. Our first pentakill we saw yesterday as well, at least for the last chance qualifiers from WREC. WREC and Queso advancing, and I think there's while both teams are similar in the strength that they showed, I think we kind of expect the AD carry meta out of Team Queso, but it was actually Andre out of the jungle. They kind of blasted everybody. There's been a lot of changes with like Divine Sunderer. There's Hullbreaker coming into it. So a lot of changes that are allowing our top teams a little bit more to play with this time around than we saw in the last open bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the new items especially opens up new possibilities for Baron laners. And this is why I talked about the mechanically skilled teams, you know, the teams with the mechanically skilled players like WREC and Queso to really benefit from this patch, because we all know how good Random is, right? And this also perfectly suits him. I've seen it in ranked, and we saw it yesterday, how good he played the Hullbreaker, right? Like, how good he played the Hullbreaker Graves right there. And it opens up so many other possibilities, like perhaps even a Nasus pick, right? Like, it's one of my favorite champions. And now he could even be picked in competitive. And same story for Acolyte, right? He's also one of those players that can pull it off. And WREC and Team Queso advance, and I believe like they're gonna go much further. I believe it may even be a grand finals of them in the last chance qualifier, but we will have to see, Stress.
Yeah, certainly would not be a surprise to see these two teams fighting it out for some of the last remaining spots. Some really interesting picks, and I think I'm always a fan of whenever we can step towards like higher skill cap champions, higher skill cap players like succeeding. I think there were some other changes like with the experience bounce back. We'll get into it during game that I think helped that as well, because like SC7 was breaking people's ankles on Ribbon yesterday, like that 1v3s or like triple kill situation. Yeah, that's insane. That's what I love to see. That's what we love to see from Wild Rift. We are getting closer to our first series of the day, but I think it wouldn't be a week of broadcast without hearing from somebody very insightful as well. So Carmeline is sat, I believe, with Ryu for an interview.
everyone, welcome back to this interview. I'm here indeed with Ryu from Esports. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's jump straight into the questions. I imagine today's games are going to bring a lot of pressure onto you, but I want to know what your expectations are going into this series.
I think obviously as a team coming from the top 4 in the WREC first qualifier, I think we're expected to go through against the last chance qualifying teams. So I think obviously we're going to win 2-0 today, but yeah, we cannot underestimate anyone.
Oh, 2-0, okay, to underestimate anyone, but 2-0 just because we can do that. Okay, and of course, you want to say anything about it?
I think obviously, I think the old name was Affiliate Esports. I think a new name is, I don't remember what they're called now, but they have obviously some decent players. I think 0-2 was playing fantastic in the WREC first qualifier. I think he had a game on Galio against Game Lord, I remember, where I think he was really popping off. So I think individually, I think these guys can be great, and they have obviously already shown that they're good players. But as a team, I think they have to show more to scare us.
Okay, we'll see what happens. But my last question is about what you guys are going to do. Because, of course, yesterday we saw how the meta and the patch 3.1 affected kind of what was going on during the games. But I mean, it was 50-50, so I want to know, have you guys been changing your strategies with this new patch? Are you going to be sticking to what we've been seeing past weeks?
I think obviously when a new large patch drops, you have to try and theorycraft and test out how the new things work. I genuinely don't think the meta will have changed that much. I think Mage's and bot lane is still going to be strong due to how the game works right now. And I also think that the Bruce in the top lane are still going to be the same champions, just maybe a different build path. So I think it's going to be difficult to say since the patch is so large, but for now I don't think too much has changed.
Okay, so I'll take your words, I'll keep them in my mind, but just for now I'm going to be thanking you for being in the interview and sending it back to the casters. The stress house, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Carmeline. I'm going to accept Ryu's words and I will take them in, and I promise I am listening. But I'm going to then go, well, Floor loves playing Janna, and Janna works really well as an enchanter with 80 carries. So I'm hoping we throw the mages out of bottom lane for this and we get to see some crazy stuff. However, I'll trust Ryu. He's the one that's in the team playing. So always got to have faith in that. So I mentioned some of the players here from Viv. Let's take a look at our lineups for our first series of the day. Viv, I think people are very familiar with their performance getting into finals weekend and taking Game Lord all the way to 5 games. It's Millet, Tyrus, Sharks, Kranix, and Floor. On the other side, Revenant, as mentioned, previously known as Aphelion, it's Akage, Arrogance, 0-2, Baige, and Mei. So still, I mean, there's players here that we've seen a lot from. Baige and Mei as a bottom lane, I've casted a number of times. So I do think it is Viv Esports favored, though, for this matchup.
Yeah, I also think it's Viv Esports. And as Ryu said, right, like Revenant has very incredible players, but they haven't showed quite enough to scare them. I really loved how he said it, right? Like he's not being overconfident, but it's just the truth, right? Like Revenant has incredible players, especially like 0-2 as well. I remember 0-2, absolutely incredible player, but are they going to be able to pull it off as a team as well? Are they going to be able to beat Viv Esports? Because we saw how good Viv was as a team. They gave the top teams a hard time. Yeah,
they very nearly knocked out the winners, the eventual winners, right? Like we were in a situation where Viv could easily, I say easily, like that game 5 was very tense. But yeah, that's how good Viv are. And they were a bit of a dark horse coming into the finals weekend. I think that they're one of the strongest teams here. I would be surprised if they weren't up there with WREC and Queso fighting for some of those final spots. Before we get into the game, we've just got one last thing to do, and that's drop in with Carmeline for her key points of the game.
So today's key points are really interesting because, first of all, Viv is returning after losing a 2-3 versus Game Lord, so almost making it to the finals there in the WREC regular series. Here they are, back to take the throne, or perhaps lose it, to another team, a new team but not so new. As Free said during the interview, we've got Revenant here during that last chance qualifier, taking up most of the roster from Aphelion Esports. So if you don't remember Aphelion during the WREC, it's because, well, the performance wasn't that amazing. They lost versus the Supremacy. They didn't quite perform well, and they ended up losing to Na'Vi. However, once again, they are back here to take the crown back from Viv, if you can call it like that. Of course, it's going to be quite important today talking about it. We are going to be seeing who out of these two teams will make it out alive. If they've gone to this point, it's clearly because they can do it, they deserve it. Now, another thing that I also want to talk about is that, of course, we haven't seen this matchup just yet. Aphelion didn't really get to face Viv during the WIC. And, well, this is something that we also wanted to talk about, to touch upon, because it's something that we haven't seen. So whatever expects us is going to be new, and I think that's really exciting. So, yeah, let's check it out. Back to you, casters. Health and stress.
I'm going to pick up from that last key point that flashed up for a moment, evolving meta. I think that's the best thing as we head towards our picks and bans. That's where I want to start on, because there's a few things that stayed the same. We saw, still priority on Fiora in the draft. We saw Jax have pretty high priority. And Gragas, I think, is always as impactful. And I think for Viv, Gragas is one of those picks as they've played it really well out of mid lane for Sharks. I think his Gragas has been one of the key points for Viv in a lot of their wins.
Yeah, definitely. But I also want to talk about Garen, because Garen did receive some changes. The tanky Garen build got nerfed. But then if you go for like a full attack damage Garen build in the late game, your ultimate will deal insane damage. So I'm just curious whether or not Sharks is going to be pulling that off.
Yeah.
But it's true. Yesterday we saw a lot of same drafts, really, right? Like we didn't see any sort of new picks. I don't like that. I understand it, however, because it's the first day, right? Like it's the first day of the new patch. Teams don't quite know what's good yet and what's not good, so they stick to the champions that they're good at. But now we've had a day, right? Like, and a lot of these players will have played some games. We may see some new picks.
Yeah, I think we had a small discussion on this as we're seeing jungle priority be the name of the game in the first two drafts. A lot of people were asking why was there no Master Yi yesterday. We believe Master Yi is bugged. That is a Sin Shao ban that we'll touch on in a moment. We believe that Master Yi is bugged, but as far as we are aware, there is no ban on Master Yi in that. So we also are kind of a little surprised that there wasn't any priority, because it's the kind of pick that you bring out once and it's going to win you one game and then it'll go on the ban list for the rest of the week. But somebody will see it and it'll crush through people.
Yeah, exactly. Master Yi got buffed, and I believe indeed he may be a little bugged. We haven't heard anything about him yet, but I want to see one team pull it off, right? Like, we know Master Yi is an incredibly hard champion to pull off in competitive, because it's like kind of the low elo champion to destroy low elo players, and in high elo people just kind of know how to play against, right? If Master Yi gets potentially picked, it would be a last pick, right? Like if you can see, okay, the enemy team cannot deal with this, like this composition cannot deal with Master Yi, then you can pick it as a last pick. But as you can see, Fiora and Set, this is just the standard picks, really.
Yeah, we're heading through. We've had a couple of other bans come out. Viv actually the ones to ban Gragas away from the red side to make sure that's not a flex pick. We had Corki taken out. Fiora picked up first, Set on the side of Revenant, so of course Set can flex around a little bit. We'll see where he ends up going. Where does that leave us as well? There are a lot of traditional picks still available, a lot of AD carries, a lot of poke from that Jace. We haven't seen the priority on the Varus that we saw yesterday, the Ziggs. Still a lot of those key picks for bot lane open.
Yeah, exactly. Like as we can see, this is basically the same all over again. This is the exact same draft, exactly what we would have expected. Ziggs being left open, of course Ziggs got picked, right? This time Ziggs did receive a little nerf, however. His third ability doesn't stay on the ground for 10 seconds now, it stays on the ground for 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Not anything major, just a tiny nerf, but still makes Ziggs a priority pick.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Morgana rounds out the last pick from the first round of these. So Revenant now have themselves the ban on the second phase. Rakan was a pick that all the way through playoffs we were talking about, don't let Ziggs Rakan happen. Don't let this bottom lane be a factor. And Viv have it with a Fiora as well. And, I've been a big proponent of if you have a Ziggs, you just need something to pick up the kills at the the end of the team fight because he already has done the damage, and Fiora is the top type of champion for that. She'll dash around, even with the nerfs that she received. It's not going to hit her out in this game, and Viv have a very strong 3 picks to start this second phase of the draft.
Yeah, definitely. I'm expecting a Galio ban from Viv Esports right here. By the way, Revenant banned out the Vi. We know this is a pocket pick for Tyrus. You know, they don't want to see it because especially combined with the Ziggs as well. Vi's ultimate and then Ziggs follows up with his ultimate is incredibly powerful. So yeah, very respectable ban from Revenant right there. But Tyrus doesn't really mind, right? Like Tyrus can play a lot of different champions. Although the Lee Sin didn't go too well for him. We saw that before, right? Tyrus prefers these types of tankier champions, the bruiser champions. He's incredibly good at those. So they banned the way the Lee Sin themselves. They don't want to be playing up against Arrogance's Lee Sin because we saw Arrogance play Lee Sin. Incredible Lee Sin player. So both teams have done their homework here, Stress.
The interesting thing for me, though, is so we have like how many jungle bans? There's 3. I mean, Camille can jungle, not really that much. It's 4, 7
It's
coming out of the
6.
bans.
6 or
total.
7, yeah.
Like, then you put in the fact that like Jace could jungle, but Fiora could jungle as well. That's my thing. It's like so many bans have gone towards Viv's jungle of Tyra's that there might be a pivot that makes sense. That's who Wukong
and also
up.
a pick. Wukong.
Yeah, that's how deep we are now into jungle. That's likely Wukong jungle, I would imagine, from Arrogance.
Yeah. Like Tyrus is also a really good Wukong. Honestly, it feels like Revenant thinks Viv Esports has a weak link. They think that Tyrus would be a potential weak link regarding his player pool. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to be picking. Because as you said, there are so many jungles off the table. There's no more Vi, no more Jarvan, no more Olaf, no Camille, no Wukong, no Gragas, no Xin Zhao, and no Lee Sin. He goes
I was
for
about
Graves.
to say, this could be Graves top lane, though. This could be a Graves top lane matchup like we saw yesterday out of random and say, well, screw it. We'll just take a super strong top matchup. They have the flex potential, right? It could be either one. We're likely to see a mid lane rounded out, and we do. So what this means is there's quite a heavy pick composition with like Fiora, Graves, and Ahri all working together. They can kill someone real quick. So Viv, they kind of have thrown a curveball now. They're like, well, you don't know what's going in the jungle for this matchup. So last pick whatever you want from here. It could be a bot lane, could be the Morgana going into that bot lane carry role, could also be Jace. We don't see it too much.
Yeah, Galio. Exactly. I don't understand why Viv Esports didn't ban the Galio, because Galio is such a good pick against that composition. Although Graves is one of those newer champions, right? This is a champion that wouldn't be picked in a previous patch. Stormrazor got buffed, which is a potential item on him. And then we have the Hullbreaker. As you mentioned, the Baron lane Graves with the Hullbreaker. We saw Random pull it off. Could be a potential thing. I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think Tyrus is going to be playing the Graves. We'll have to see, but I'm very interested to see that, right? Like we love to see these newer champions show up, and I would love to see them perform well as well. So yeah, this is a very interesting draft.
Graves solo lane kind of terrorized top lane in PC League of Legends for a while last year, and now it seems to have come to Wild Rift. Of course, there was that change to the jungle where Graves is end of the line. His ability 1 does do more damage to jungle creeps. So there is the possibility there. I think it's one of those placebo changes that makes people think about a champion, where it's just like other people are thinking about his strengths.
The thing is, Stress, it may seem like a placebo change, but Graves has a rough time clearing out the jungle. So the buff allows him to clear out the jungle a bit faster. And even though it may only be a few seconds, right? Like it's definitely partly placebo because it's not that much. But it does help him out. It does help him out there. Those few seconds, he may be a little earlier, but it's of course like nothing major. It's just a small change indeed.
I guess the reason I bring that up is like there were no specific, as far as I'm aware, there were no specific top lane changes, right? And suddenly like he gets one change, and now people are like, hang on a second, he was really strong anyway, so we can do these other things with him. So there's always those fun things whenever a patch happens. You read the patch notes and you're like, oh, that's a cool change, but it probably won't change much. And then somebody looks at it in a completely different way. And we saw yesterday like Random demolishing games. I think was it you were saying that you were in a game with Random, or was it Stuart was in a game with Random when he did it?
So I was in a game with Random. He had 25,000 gold on the Graves 21 minutes into the game. He pushed 2 inhibitor turrets, and I believe that kind of had an impact on how Graves is set in the meta. And indeed, Millip playing the Graves. And this is one of those players that I absolutely love to see on those champions, right? We saw Millip on the Camille. We saw Millip on the Darius. These were 2 champions that got target banned against him after the enemies saw how he played it. And now we're going to be seeing him on the Graves. And this makes me absolutely love this game, Stress, because this is such a skilled Baron laner. This is what I mean with the new patch. The skilled players are really going to be benefiting from this patch. So let's see if Miller benefits from it as well in this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep our eyes on that Baron lane. Double knockup by Floor. Here we go. Another one of our mechanically gifted players coming from that bottom lane role on supports. Gets the double knockup, forces the flash out, exchanges it, I should say, for his ignite. But I think this is one of the things I like about this patch and the way that it's moved is we see Viv taking what was good on the last patch and is still good of the Ziggs Rakan, and then kind of twisting everything on the top side of the map with the new meta. They haven't just completely thrown the rulebook out. They've actually adapted and said, hey, let's put these new strong things with what we already knew was really good, because getting Fiora Ziggs Rakan on the last patch would have been unthinkable here in Europe. That's like draft diff immediately.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, it kind of feels like a draft diff right now as well. The Rakan and Ziggs is still incredibly powerful. As you can see, there is a little skirmish in the Dragon Lane, but Viv Esports is already winning this skirmish, and that's not a good sign for Revenant, because if you get that Rakan Ziggs to the late game, we've seen what it can do, right? We've both seen what it can do, and it's not good news for Revenant.
Yeah, and the times that it struggles is when there's no other damage there. Well, we've got a Graves who's going to be really strong on the side lane. We've got a Fiora who will easily be able to dash around the fights. I think that the one thing that we have to look for there is, like, for Revenant, what does their composition do? And I mean, there's the possibility that you have like a Jace or a Set pop off in team fights. You've got a lot of crowd control there. Like the Black Shield gives you room to work, but I think with this likely hull breaker later in the build Graves, I wouldn't be surprised for Viv to avoid a lot of team fights and just let Millip do the work on the side lane.
Yeah, definitely. And besides, I want to talk about Tyrus's rotations, because yet again, he's done a full jungle clear, Stress. And this is a thing that we don't see too often, but Tyrus does it a lot. He does it very, very often. And I feel like it may start to get a bit dangerous for him, because enemies will see it coming. If you do proper homework against Viv Esports, you can expect Tyrus to do a full jungle clear, which opens up possibilities for some very aggressive early game ganking, or perhaps even early game invading. And Tyrus, yet again, he doesn't go for ganks. As you can see, he goes for another jungle clear. And he is only 50 gold ahead, but you know what's funny? Arrogance did the exact same thing. It's like they're shaking hands on the jungle. We talk about shaking hands on objectives, but these teams are shaking hands in the jungle, Stress.
I'm not much of a fan of that against the Fiora, who once she gets her items is just going to eat things up. Now, look at the top lane gold difference, already 200. It was a little bit higher in that as Millip had got a longer lead. I think interesting thing here, correct me if I'm wrong, yesterday it was Black Cleaver into Bloodthirster into Hullbreaker. This time it looks like Millip is just going Bloodthirster, likely then into Hullbreaker or Black Cleaver. I guess it's because he's not against a tank, right? Jace doesn't build a whole lot of armor, so you just need Life Steal to eat through that lane.
And that's exactly the thought process. Although we have Rakan going in.
Yeah, I don't think they can convert this onto Baigate, although it does pop the quickness, the ultimate, as Floor takes damage in response, does dash out, actually bypasses May, but will get taken down. Mega Inferno Bomb picks up one. This is a good opportunity for Revenant to maybe look at picking this up as the Tormented Soil is ticking down. Kranix is going to back away. It's a 1-for-1 overall.
A great job by May with that ultimate. And touching upon the Grace build, indeed, like exactly as you said, you either go for the Bloodthirster, but I don't think we have time to talk about it because Arrogant is looking for some blood.
Yeah, we'll check back in on that once we actually have some items completed, perhaps, as Viv are going to contest the Rift Herald from here. Arrogance is around, though, has the ultimate, and they know Baigate has his ultimate as well. So there's this moment in the game for Revenant. They could have taken a fight, but Viv, they're going to disengage. This is what we were talking about.
Yeah, and the thing about Revenant is they could have taken a fight, but they have. This is why I like to talk about builds. You know, 2 Rod of Ages on your team, although they have 3 Black Cleavers finished.
I haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while too. No one has boots.
Yeah, everybody's slow as hell right now, and there's no armor anyway. So this Black Cleaver, I mean, yes, you will just get through to the base armor, but like, how much of impact is that actually going to have in this game? It's a little excessive.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, Millip, exactly as you touched upon, you know, Bloodthirster, you go for it if you're not up against tanks. Although you have to understand that Galio, Set, and Wukong are going to be building tank later on in the game. So even though the Bloodthirster makes sense into the matchup that he's up against right now, he will need the Black Cleaver fast. I don't think he's going to be going for the Hullbreaker second, perhaps as a third item, because without the Black Cleaver, he's not going to be able to shred through the front line of Revenant.
Oh, that's a beautiful combo from the Rakan ultimate into the Mega Inferno Bomb. 0-2's going to Haymaker to keep himself alive, puts the damage damage down, ticking, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the kill. Grand challenge under the tower means May will back themselves away. Viv, they took the Rift Herald, they get a kill, and they forced back Revenant right in time for that dragon. It's been up for 2 minutes, now they're going to take it.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we talked about, right? The Rakan combo with Sharks as well on that Aura. You can charm after the charm, and then you have the follow-up from Cryonix with his ultimate. It's just unbeatable, really. The only thing that you can do is the Black Shield of the Morgana, but you can only give one champion a Black Shield in this game.
Yeah, it's not enough to save the entire team, and the fact that both kills have gone on to Cryonix is going to make these initial Mega Inferno bombs in fights really hurt, and that'll allow Gold. Whoa, that's a solo kill. The solo bolo killed from Akagi. That's actually not something we were expecting. Graves, we were hoping in, theory crafting it, that he would be very strong on the side lane, but wasn't able to survive. Oh,
yeah, here we can look into the replay, how it actually happened. It seems like Milip went a little too deep under the turret, and he's trying to kite him, which Graves is really good at doing, but Akagi just destroying him, really. Milip had no chance to win that, and Milip going way too far. You cannot go that deep.
Yeah, that's a little overextension. Charm under the turret. Arrogance, of course, revealed by the turret as well. Speaking of going too deep, perhaps it was Revenant going too deep, or maybe it's enough for them to turn around as Tyrus couldn't quite pick up the kill. Into the backline goes Floor. The support is now the carry, picking up the first kill from this one. Mega Inferno Bomb is not going to hit the spot, but what it will do is allow Viv to back themselves away after picking up another kill. Ziggs now pushing the middle lane. Graves pushing the top lane for Millip, and despite the solo kill, it's going to be first towers going over to Millip.
Yeah, and I hope Revenant's coach has some notes by his hands right now, and he's writing down: "Do not give Fluor Rakan." Boom.
Yes.
Just write it down and put that there so you never forget about it. I think that would be a very good idea, because Fluor with an absolutely amazing engage, securing his team all of the kills. And as you can see right there, Arrogance was barely able to escape, but Fluor coming from the top with the Rakan, destroying all of them. And as you can see, then it's just easy peasy kills. And they got 3 kills. All because of Fluor's engage right there. If Fluor was not there, they wouldn't have gotten it. And Rakan is one of the only champions that can do something like that. Obviously, Alistar being another one that can do similar things. But Rakan is just much, much faster and much, much more mobile with it. You don't want to be giving Rakan over to Viv Esports anymore, Stress.
Yeah, and a really significant consequence of that play on the bottom lane is not only losing top tower, which was expected, losing mid tower at the same time really hurts. Like, that's rare to do, and it's another pick on the side lane. Like, once again, Fluor and the rest of this lineup. We talked about picks, and look how far away they are from Millip. This is how Viv want to play this game, is like they commit to the side lane, and then Millip is going to be causing problems the other side as well.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at their playstyle right now, I am actually expecting a whole breaker to come through from Millip, but Fluor is looking for
double
some
charm, double knock up, and it's no double trouble for this, as Arrogance caught under the tower will get the ultimate from Baige, but it's the tower that's fallen. Millip died again?
Yeah, Millip is dead. Akagi picking up Millip yet again. I believe we're likely going to be seeing a replay of how that happened, but Akagi is showing Millip who's the boss in the Baron lane right now. He's not allowing Millip on that Graves to get ahead. And this may pose a problem for Viv Esports, even though they're actually ahead by like 8,000 gold. Let's take a look at how it happened. Millip is even a level ahead. So Akagi goes in, Millip near sights him, but Millip just loses. He just straight up loses the damage game, as you can see. He nearly won, but it's just not quite enough. And I believe that's because Akagi had items and Millip was just sitting on a lot of gold. So even though Millip got ahead, he was probably sitting on a lot of gold. And there it is. He got the whole breaker. This is what we talked about. I don't like it because he doesn't have the Black Cleaver, although there's not much armor yet on Revenant. But with the whole breaker, he shouldn't lose against Akagi anymore when he's alone, Stress.
Yeah, and Akagi had picked up, I'm going to assume it was before that fight, had picked up an Executioner's Calling to kind of eat through that Bloodthirster. So as you said, that itemization difference really making an impact there. I mean, for Millip, he's died twice solo now, which really shouldn't be happening. So he's like, okay, Hull Breaker is going to make me stronger. I'll win the next fight. Everything's going to be okay. Rift Herald going over to Viv, then Dragon will be spawning in another 8 seconds, so they will be able to transition that down if they want to. And this is objective control just completely going Viv's way in this game. This is, even with the fights going against Millip, Viv is still in a dominating position.
And it seems like Millip is... No, I was just going to say, like, there's no way Millip goes to the Dragon here, right? Like, when you have that whole breaker... Like, the best thing Millip can do right now is pushing that top lane, but it seems like he is just wandering around the mid lane. And you can see the little effect next to him, right? Like, if a teammate gets close, he doesn't get it anymore. And what this effect does is it buffs the big minions in your wave. It buffs you, it gives you bonus armor and bonus magic resist, and it allows you to deal bonus damage to turrets. So it's incredibly important to be alone. And as you can see, now he is alone. should be an easy fight against Arrogance.
Yeah, you'd think so. Miller perhaps should have won the last
Yeah.
one. Arrogance is going to take the fight. That is some arrogance on its own there, as you do not want to face against a Hullbreaker. Suplex comes through, but Floor is able to just dash his way out, reverses it exactly as he needs to. And despite the fact that that went in the way of Revenant to start, look at the distraction they're causing. Is it's a Rift Herald in the bottom lane. It's Graves pushing through the top side. Floor is going to be able to jump his way back over that ledge. Oh, actually gets a good satchel charge from Kranix. They dodge the shock blast and they're putting the damage down on the back end. Kranix just has to play carefully. That bomb is not going to delay the push as it's a bottom lane. There goes the first inhibitor of the game, and Tyrus has found 2 low health targets. It's not enough for 0-2. Does get a black shield, gets the Galio as well, but it's a top tower that's going to go in exchange of Millip. And middle lane, Kranix is still fighting with Floor. Everything is going Viv's way. Despite the fact that 1 kill went to Revenant, Viv have just destroyed the structures.
This is it, Stress. This is it. This is the change of playstyle that I wanted to see. You wouldn't see this in the last patch. In the last patch, everyone just goes for the objectives. But in the recent patch, they also nerfed the dragons, by the way. We haven't touched upon this yet, but they've also nerfed the dragons. So what we're seeing Viv Esports do right here is essentially the perfect 1-3-1. 1-3-1 meaning putting 1 champion in the top lane, 1 in the bottom lane, and then 3 in the mid lane. Tyrus with a Rift Herald pushing an inhibitor, and then Millip with a Hullbreaker pushing top lane. And then we have the Ziggs, Kranix on the Ziggs, which is one of the best champions to have in a 3 versus 3. And they took the mid lane turret from Revenant already, so they can just chill behind the mid lane turret and waste time. They got like 3 turrets for that, and they got some kills. 11,000 gold ahead. 11,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and they want to end this. 0-2 is the one that's been caught out. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to delete with Ari's help. And Millip and Tyrus, well, it's Tyrus that's here in this engage, as Floor does get blocked on his entry here. Grand Challenge is not quite going to complete, and in comes Arrogance from the side. Graves, meanwhile, might just look to push and end the game, but he's actually going to go for the flank himself. He bought a Storm Razor off the last fight, and he's looking to unload it as Millip is going to dart back to the bottom. He still has that Hullbreaker. He's 1 versus 4. I don't think that they can really do enough damage because the rest of the team has already transferred over towards the Baron. Like, that's how much control Millip has, despite the fact the solo kills, despite the fact that he has not necessarily played the cleanest game. He demands respect in this and is allowing Viv enough space to just do anything they want on the rest of the map.
Yeah, and they're just not going to kill him here. Like, he's got to the point, like, when you get to this point with Graves, when you're so ahead, they just can't kill him. They literally cannot kill him. Like, they would need like 3 champions to do a perfect team fight to kill him. So I love this playstyle from Viv Esports. They just got a free Baron. Millip is able to push them away, right? Like, because they cannot get close to Millip. This is exactly how you want to play as Viv Esports. They're really executing their composition perfectly. Like, it seems like Viv Esports is also one of those teams, right? Like, we talked about WREC and Team Queso really benefiting from this patch. But it seems like Viv Esports benefits as much because of this patch. Because even though Millip being 0-2, look at his gold count, 13,000 gold.
Floor, he had nobody in view, and he was just like, I know they're around here somewhere. I'm just going to go for the engage. Baige, he brought himself to his own doom, as that's going to be Floor taking out the support from Revenant, and this is all but done as all of the inhibitors are down. Millip is going to go aggressive and just eat through the health bar of Akage. He forced out the barrier. It wasn't quite enough. Suplex into the fountain, but it's going to be the end of the game before the kill even converts, and that's a game 1 going over to Viv. Not perfectly clean, but very convincing is what I would say from that. Millip dropped a couple of deaths or a few deaths here and there, but Viv ultimately just looking really strong.
Yeah, yet again, Viv Esports with the excellent macro game. We've seen it from them before. Their macro game seems to be like one of the best, maybe even the best in Europe right now, to be honest. They seem to have understood the new meta already, and they're bringing it to the enemy. And then, how do you play against this? How do you play against this super powerful Hullbreaker Grace matchup? Like, I honestly don't know. We're going to have to see one of the teams do it.
Yeah, I wonder whether there are some other matchups that you can play into that we just don't know yet. I think he was gifted a little bit as well, because so we talked a little bit about how he skipped Black Cleaver and ultimately kept skipping it. There was one armor item, I think, by the end of this game on the side of Revenant, and you're like, well, he's just going to eat through everyone. There's no real way of anybody staying alive, and that's the problem. Like, this Graves does so much damage that even when it dies twice solo, he still is able to just push all the towers down and basically win the game for Viv.
Yeah, definitely. He decided to go for the full damage build, the Storm Razor build. And now looking at the compositions, it actually makes sense because Sharks and Chronics have heavy AP damage. So as the composition of Revenant, you cannot really be building armor against the Graves. Like, I didn't actually notice that before, but it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense then. So as a Graves, you can get away with going for full crit and dealing a ton of damage because the enemies are just not going to build armor. And if they do build armor, right, like they're going to be struggling against the mage carries. So actually very, very smart build right there from Millip to be going for the full damage and the full crit approach.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned 1-3-1 team compositions. I think one of the things about that is generally the way you punish them is like being able to engage on the 3 and punish heavily. Now, the problem with that is like Kranix and Floor were so far ahead, and like Tyra's is very strong, Sharks is pretty strong. Like, you can't take those fights either. And that really makes it difficult. And from the draft, we like seeing Fiora, Ziggs, Rakan, we both were like, wow, those are 3 strong picks. You can't let that kind of thing over. And you can see how it punishes. It gave them such security that then, you know, Tyras and Millip were able to just have any kind of impact on the game they wanted. They could just take everything.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as you can see, Akagi dealing 16,000 damage, actually. That's a lot of damage, but still, it just doesn't work. And even though, like, Millip dealt the least amount of damage with the most gold in the game. And that's what I love about Hullbreaker, right? It's not all about dealing damage to the enemy. With the Hullbreaker, you're going to be pushing down turrets, and here you can see, just it's very clean, right? Like, first 5 minutes, just steady, and then from there up and up and up and up, and they just won the game, right? Like, it was a very nice and easy win, a very comfortable win from Viv Esports. And yeah, you know, we're gonna have to see what Revenant is gonna do to beat a team like Viv Esports in the next game.
Yeah, from Revenant's side of it, I think that's one of those games where you're like, oh, we just can't quite address everywhere we're getting pushed. And those games are really hard to play at. I'm sure people have played it in like solo queue, or if you've been queuing with friends, like so hard to play around a team that's macroing effectively. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see where this game opened up inside of Viv's favor. There's a few it could be. I would think
the engage from Fluor. Oh, it's this one actually. I thought that it was the 1 versus 3 engage, but this is the game-ending move, right?
Yeah.
Like, Arrogance they found Arrogance, and indeed, too much Arrogance, as you mentioned. Fluor going in, making sure they get that kill for free. And here they're just gonna be securing the game. And look at Millip as well, pushing the top lane. They're not leaving anything. They're pushing from everywhere. And that's what I loved about this, because it was a party everywhere on the map. Like, as Revenant, you don't know what to do. Where do you go? Do you take care of the Graves? Do you take care of bot? Do you take care of her? You just don't know. It was so amazing to see from Viv Esports.
At that point, there's not a whole lot you can do to turn that game around, unfortunately, aside from one Hail Mary fight. And yeah, that was game 1 between Revenant and Viv. I think I'm glad to see Viv coming out as strong as we came to expect from them, because you're never quite sure with the Dark Horse whether they can continue that momentum the next time you see them in a tournament. I now will put Viv up there as one of my teams that, like, I've seen enough to be like, yeah, I think they're going to Barcelona. So let's keep our eyes on game number 2. It's Viv versus Revenant. Let's hope I just haven't cast a cursed Viv as we head to a break and get towards game 2.
you ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Last Chance qualifiers here. We're zeroing in on our second game between Viv and Revenant, and we saw some interesting different meta stuff. We saw some of the same things. I'm stressed, joined by Hell's Devil. The Graves, I think we've talked about a lot. I think before we get into the game, I kind of want to zone in a little bit on the draft. First of all, though, let's head over to Carmeline and see her key points for Game 2.
Well, we've got quite a few things to talk about before the game starts, starting with the slow beginnings, and that is, well, that's got a reason behind it. Well, in the beginning of the game, we saw quite a bit of Black Cleaver, quite a bit of Road of Ages, Ludens, but what about the new items? And you might be wondering that, but of course, Hosebreaker had to make its appearance later on, dealing all the damage to the structures, and I think our casters were quite delighted by it. Let's say if in this game we can find more of this item, or if they prefer to change it for something else. Now, another thing that I wanted to touch upon was Viv's dominance during this entire game. In the beginning, they also had a little bit of a struggle in here with some solo kills from Revenant's side, but then it all snowballed up to their victory by a split pushing, another strategy that has seen its increase in popularity in this past patch. And finally, of course, we need to talk about Tyrus, one of the most valuable players from Viv. He's been performing amazingly well. He's a jungler if you haven't been watching these games, and I suggest for you to keep an eye on him, because I'm sure he'll bring us more interesting plays. But for now, that's all that I wanted to talk about. So back to our amazing casters, Stress and Hells.
And the topic I wanted to talk about was Tyrus and the draft, because if Revenant are gonna like end up with everybody between the two teams having like 7 jungle bans, and Tyrus is on Fiora, something has gone horribly wrong in the draft. Like, how does that happen? You're like, oh, let's just keep banning junglers. They've got one of the top meta ones as their first pick already.
Yeah, right. Like Fiora was already picked, and then they're like, okay, we don't want to see the Jarvan, we don't want to see this, and we don't want to see that.
Get off the table, like.
But Fiora is already picked, right? Like Fiora is one of those champions. Even though she got a nerf, it's not as much of a nerf, especially for the jungle. And we're heading into the picks and bans again, and I'm expecting a change from Revenant, right? I'm expecting a change. Rakan is just not going to go through. I can say that with confidence. There is absolutely no way Revenant is going to be leaving the Rakan open.
No, they are on blue side though this time around, so we'll see whether they look to leave it open in the first pick for themselves. But there are so many strong picks right now that I think the possibility for blue side to outpick red side shouldn't happen. And I think the last draft where I was like, hey, draft diff from blue side, was a mistake, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think blue side should ever get Fiora, Ziggs, Rakan in the current meta. That's way more than you should be getting. Jungle presence still going to be the name of the game for draft 2. Olaf, Lee Sin taken off the board to start. There goes the Ziggs. It's a good start from Revenant to kind of take away some of the composition. It's part of what was causing them problems. Certainly, I think Rakan they also have to look at as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like, as I said, the last ban is just probably going to be a Rakan, or they're going to be picking it first. Viv Esports may even ban the Rakan, because, of course, you know, the blue side has the first pick, Revenant has the first pick. So one of them is going to be banning out the Rakan. It seems like Revenant is banning out the set, so they're leaving open the Rakan.
Revenant obviously values set ridiculously high. The fact that they played it on red side in first rotation and then ban it immediately. Interesting. I want to keep my eyes on that, because Viv certainly value the Fiora over it. Gragas going to get taken out. Now that has been a flex pick on red side, so interesting to see that. Obviously they have 2 other picks that they want to take on red side. Rakan would be absolutely one of them. I wonder where the second one's going to be. Camille. So now Rakan is up. Fiora is up as well. Like, Revenant have prioritized Camille over Fiora Rakan, and they just got smashed by Fiora Rakan. I'm like, maybe you should get rid of that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, to be honest, like there must be a plan behind this for Revenant, but they leave the Fiora open. Indeed, Tyrus destroyed them on the Fiora and then the Rakan as well. Well, the thing is, like, picking Rakan against the Camille may not be the best. As you can see, they actually decide to pick the Galio, because I was just gonna touch upon this, right? Like, if they picked Rakan here, they just get countered by the Galio Camille. But now, Revenant is also going to have a hard time picking the Rakan, because Fiora and Galio are both good champions against the Rakan. I am still expecting them to do it, because now Viv Esports can get away with the Rakan pick, because there is no more Galio. Galio is one of those champions that absolutely hard counters Rakan. So, Corki pick, actually. So still, prioritizing the strong champion with the package during the objectives. So it seems like Revenant is going to be going for those plays at the objectives. What I want to see from Viv Esports now is yet again another split pusher, right? Just give the objective, go for another Hull Breaker Graves, for example, and just destroy the opposite side of the map. Ooh.
Full on engage here, though. Jarvan, Camille for diving the backline. We'll see what else they bring here. Corki doesn't exactly benefit amazingly well from this composition, but still with the package can go in.
Jax.
There's a split pusher. So that could very well be Jax in the solo lane. It could both Fiora and Jax can jungle and solo lane is where I'll leave it. We'll see at the end of the draft where they're actually going to end up.
Yeah, it seems like this is a very heavy, also Rakan-reliant draft. Like, no team has picked Rakan, which I really love to see, because I was talking about Rakan very likely being a ban or a pick. But actually, both teams have done some very good picks, to deny that Rakan, really, because you cannot really pick Rakan against any of these teams. Also, Corki with the package can just deny the Rakan engage, for example. So very good drafts from both sides, really. Now it's up to Viv Esports to pick those split pushes. They've done already, and then up to them to play around them as well, right? Because Revenant is very likely going to be going for those objectives with that composition. So this is kind of like one team has this plan and then the other team has this plan. Which one is going to be able to pull off their plan more effectively?
I think on Viv's side of things, you want to look towards mobility from here. Like, if we assume that Galio is going to be the support, then I would want to see some kind of carry from the bottom lane with an escape. The reason being is Fiora and Jax on the side lane will win you this game already. You just need something that can play safe in the middle lane and allow your Galio to just go, oh, my Fiora is in trouble, ultimate to the side. Oh, Jax is in trouble, ultimate to the side. And you're always able to even up the numbers. So I'd be interested to see where the draft goes. If we were in a different meta, I'd be looking at a Twisted Fate mid, believe it or not, because that's another pick that can go into the side lane. It's not going to be it. It's a safe mid laner that's hard to... probably bot lane in this regard. That's fairly hard to lock down. Orianna has a lot of self-peel.
Yeah, it makes sense for them to be picking. And then Akshan, actually. Akshan. Wow. We've only seen Akshan once, I believe. I don't remember whether it was a win or a loss, but Akshan, that's a very interesting pick.
Snitch won with Akshan for Rix. There's the Janna to kind of play some disengage here. They've got engage and disengage as an odd composition. Maybe Ari will fill the gap here for Shags as
Lucian.
Whoa, okay. All right. We got some differences here. We'll see where they settle going into it. Lucian bot lane, I guess. I've been playing a lot of that myself, pretty strong, but that was pre-patch. So it could be mid as well. Can be mid. Into Akshan. Now, what Akshan forces is you don't want to play a melee matchup into Akshan. He will destroy you in lane. So again, Orianna and Lucian, both melee matches, both fairly safe as well. Like Orianna peels herself, has shields. Lucian is hard to lock down. So a lot of mobility and safety there on those middle lane and bot lane carries.
Yeah, indeed. And it really seems like Viv Esports is truly playing around that split pushing, their objective being split pushing, and then Revenant playing around the team fighting, right? With the Akshan, with the revives, etc. As I said, like, which team is going to be fulfilling their plans? We know how good the macro game is from Viv Esports. So I would be guessing Viv Esports to pull it off and just get 2 inhibitor turrets without Revenant even being able to do anything. I think that's what's going to happen. But we will have to see during the game stress.
Interesting draft, though. I'm always a fan of seeing these new picks come in. I mean, Lucian is a pick that historically has always just been like very safe, but doesn't, unless he's overtuned, he doesn't like dominate every single part of the game. He generally fell off a little bit later on in the game in PC, at least. In Wild Rift, he tends to kind of not have the best like ability to put damage out in like later game team fights, as far as I'm aware. However, his laning is always very strong. Is always quite safe. And we'll see whether it's mid lane or bottom lane. I like the fact that we can have now this exchange of whether it's mid or bot between our ADs, and it's going to be a bot lane Lucian. Interesting.
It's going to be a bot lane Lucian indeed. It's very interesting. We generally always see the, like, if this would have been in the old meta, we would definitely see Lucian in the mid lane and then the Orianna in the bot lane, right? Like the Orianna being able to do a lot of damage. But it seems like, yeah, Sharks is playing the Orianna up against 0-2 on that Akshan. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of this game goes. Now, the one thing I will say is, like, Viv, their late game dueling, Fiora and Jax are just going to be monstrous if they get ahead. The team fighting on the other side. Oh, and Lucian, yeah, of course. The team fighting on the other side, I think, really does heavily go to Revenant for the majority of the game. There are a few tools. You've got the Galio, the Orianna, and of course, Jax can stun multiple people, but, like, it's not quite the same as, like, the Java and the ability to actually get on and get a fight started.
Yeah, exactly. Viv Esports is probably not going to be looking for team fights. Like, Revenant has the better team fighting composition. They actually have the much better team fighting composition. Like, you cannot even compare it, because only in the very late game, I guess Orianna could carry the team fights with the Jax, right? But when we get to the mid game, you know, when everyone is around level 10 with 2 items or something, that's when Revenant is really going to be having the advantage during the team fight. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Viv Esports plays around it. And this time, Tyrus is going for a fight here.
Yeah, Tyrus is going to check into Arrogance. His Arrogance actually bypassing him and just going on Sharks. Tyrus now says, no, Counter-Strike is not quite going to land. Force the flash out, though. That's the important thing from that, as Viv have transferred floor towards the middle lane. And Bygate nearly caught by the piercing light. We're back into the other fight as Floor is not in lane. Oh, it's the swing into the taunt from 0-2. Doesn't quite work out too well for Floor, and 0-2 is the one getting the kill. Not quite under the tower. It's all gone wrong. A couple of blunders from each side. It's 1 kill apiece, but First Blood went over to 0-2.
Yeah, and I love how Tyrus didn't go for the full jungle clear this time, because as you saw, Arrogance kind of expected Tyrus to go for the full jungle clear. This is what I talked about, right? Like, it's going to be a major weakness if you do the same rotation every game. But Tyrus, especially on the Jax, you know, you can expect him to go for that. But let's take a look at this replay first. Fluor, amazing taunt, but then 0-2 with an even more amazing engage. Just such a beautiful slingshot. And then he goes for Sharks as well. And what he tried to do was catch him with the first ability, with the chakram. If he would have caught him, he would have been able to escape, but he didn't get the bonus movement speed, unfortunately, so he just died. Very dramatically stressed.
Yeah, and unfortunate, just a tiny amount of health. That's Akagi going under tower against Millip's Fiora. He's going to dash forward and run him down, getting the solo kill, returning the favor for game number 1, and that means this Fiora is active and on the board.
Yeah, this time it's Millip that's actually winning the 1 versus 1. Unfortunately, Akagi missing the hook shot, which doesn't allow him to get the bonus movement speed, and it seems like Viv may be going further, but not quite, because it's a bit too early in the game to be diving. But Tyrus is in the middle of the enemy's jungle stress.
Yeah, it's a full jungle invade. You can see that Lucian has pushed into the jungle as well with Galio. And we don't see this too often, but Viv are trying to take the entire bottom side jungle from Revenant. Arrogance is on the top side, so can't really defend this. And part of this comes from something I wanted to highlight, but we hadn't had too much time yet. Kranix is dominating this lane. Like, Bygate was forced back very early on, and like Kranix has just been in lane, pushing the entire time. And I wonder whether this is a matchup as wait, hang on a second.
Yeah,
I said dominating.
I was just gonna say.
What is going wrong? I've been watching this lane, and like Bygate was low health for the majority of it, but he is so far ahead on gold.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a total surprise.
It seemed like he was dominating, because we saw that early play, but Tyrus is getting invaded and he has none of its stress. He's gonna be going. He's not gonna let Arrogance get it.
Yeah, not going to let them collapse, as Janna has roamed up as well, but here comes Sharks and the rest. Arrogance has gone in, though, and now might be caught behind enemy lines. They're going to pop the plant just so that Arrogance can't get that flag and drag. Tries to block it! Doesn't quite get out, as that's going to be the kill for Sharks. And now Viv are in position around the Rift Herald. There is a package, I believe, that has been picked up, as now in goes 0-2. Galio Ultimate's going to come in, split the pack, and Kranix forced back over the wall. Floor going to try and get to safety. There's the package coming through, and Revenant are going to take this fight. As you said, they're looking to win this engage. Monsoon will heal them up, but Sharks gets caught by the tornado, and that's the swing forward from 0-2 to land a kill for himself. Rift Herald goes over to Bygate, and it looks like Viv, they've been baited into these early fights. We said that the fights were Revenants to take, and they absolutely smashed through at the Rift Herald.
I'm not quite sure why Viv Esports is trying to fight Revenant. Revenant doing an absolutely phenomenal job, by the way, during that team fight, especially Mei throwing that Janna ultimate exactly when it was needed. They were all at a very low amount of HP, so Viv Esports thought, hey, we can actually go in, but no. Mei coming in with the ultimate on Janna, healing all of his teammates, and then of course it goes back. So here we can see a replay all the way from the beginning. It starts off with Arrogance stealing away the red buff, but he went a little too deep, but it was okay, right? Like he was able to escape barely, flashes over the wall, goes to Rift Herald. Sure, he dies, but I want you to put your eyes on Fluor as well. Fluor had to flash over the wall for that, which put him in a very bad position. And then right here, this is where the fight should be turning, right? Like this is where the fight should be turning, where Revenant should be winning. And then Corki coming in with the package as well. At this point, Viv Esports needs to escape. There is just absolutely no way you win this team fight, even in a 4 versus 5 composition. Like you just can't win. You just can't win against this composition. So here we have a beautiful Orianna ultimate, but there it is. This is what I was talking about. Mei with the Janna ultimate, and it's easy. 0-2 engages, then he disengages. Just a very, very easy fight. Like Viv Esports just can't do this. They're not supposed to be playing like this. And if they keep doing this, this game is going to go very badly for them, Stress.
Yeah, it will. At this rate, it will go very badly. I mean, Kranix tried to shortcut his way into the fight there by cutting down into an area that Revenant were in control of. So, I mean, I feel like perhaps Viv had as big of a misread of the game as I did, thinking about bottom lane. Like, I feel like Viv felt, okay, we've killed the jungler. Like, let's just take Rift Herald. We're ahead. We're fine. Like, last game we smashed them. We can do it again. And Revenant have kind of bounced back and said, no, we're actually in a much stronger position than we were in the last game. And I mean, in this one, Akagi on this Camille has about 1,000 gold up. It's at 1,400 between bot laners as well. But Kranix is trying to get some gold back as they're going to get the shutdown onto 0-2. That's a very important kill, as that's going to close a little bit of the gold lead between the bot laners. Fluor now, he feels like he's caught Mei, but he might be caught by Baigay as Sharks is here. They can't quite put the damage out, but it's Dragon being taken, I believe, by Millip. No, Dragon is not available yet, so it looks like it was already taken during some of the action that we've had already as Rift... Oh, hang on, Sharks caught in the middle lane. Cataclysm is going to lock him in place in just enough time for the Monsoon to be able to heal them up as Baigay is low. But Rift Herald drop mid lane. Top lane, there's a fight again. We're going back to back on action here. This is under the tower. They go. Jax is there with Tyras. They've actually picked up the kill from Kranix. This Jax is the one to even that kill up. I'm commentating the top lane as Rift Herald is pushing through mid. But hopefully we'll get a replay from it. Mid tower has gone down. It's scrappy overall. But Viv, they got themselves one tower and a kill in exchange for losing mid tower. Yeah, I think, and bottom tower. This game is all over the map right now.
Yes, Stress, this is how you want to play as Viv Esports. So as you can see, they've closed the gold cap already just by making one good play, right? Like, don't take the fight in mid lane, just defend it. Like, sure, they lose one turret with Rift Herald, but they got a top lane turret, they got a kill, and the bot lane turret. This is the power of Viv Esports composition. This is how I have to play around it. I want to talk about Baigay's build, Stress. I'm seeing a lot of weird things, and I feel like we're gonna get, like, I feel like EU is gonna get memed for this. First of all, Solari Charge Blade. No, it doesn't work anymore like that. We look into the replay. But I want to talk about the build, Stress.
Talk about the build.
Charge Blade, yeah, Solari Charge Blade doesn't give you bonus crit anymore. It just gives you a flat 25% crit, and then it deals damage, it deals magic damage, and the magic damage can crit, but if you don't have a lot of crit, it's just not a worthy item. It's a late game item, and it's an item that's supposed to go on champions that are very, very, like, heavy with attacks, and Corki is very heavy with abilities. It's just way too early to go for it. He also has a mana mune, so with 25% crit, it's not gonna work, and he's not even going for another crit item, Stress.
Not exactly the optimal. This is the kind of time where like some North American content creator or caster is gonna like screen cap it and be like, WTF am I seeing over here in Europe? And then it's, you know, it's gonna be embarrassing. Happen. It's gonna be embarrassing for everybody. You know, those content creators that clip out other people's regions and start flaming when ours is no better.
I'm sorry, I'm one of them, Stress.
It's all good. It's all good. You got to get a little bit of the memes. Sometimes I find myself watching other regions and be like, wow, this is awful. And then I watch European games and I'm like, ooh, Ruiz did just Valkyrie under tower, didn't he? Whoa, that's happening. And you know, hey, if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? And, definitely here in
so
Europe.
Right here, this will be very important, Stress. Bygay, I believe he doesn't have a package anymore. It seems like Viv is going to go for the fight.
Yeah, Taunt goes in on the Tower Grand Challenge. Not quite going to lock. And there's the ultimatum is going to seal Millip's fate. Overreach once again. And Viv, they are extending far too far for these fights. You cannot start this dragon. Surely not. Like, you're against a team fighting composition that still has half of their ultimates available. Like, this is suicidal at this point. As look at the flank that 0-2 has here. Now they're going to go aggressive from Revenant. Monsoon does get interrupted, so they don't get the full heal from it. And Viv have actually found the first kill of this engage. Cataclysm comes out, and they've managed to maybe team fight against a team fighting team. This perhaps should not have happened, and it is going all Viv's way as over the wall goes Akagi. Akagi trying to get more from this exchange, but can he, as the honey fruit gets popped? That's 2 kills going over to Kranix from that, and they will be able to take the dragon.
Yeah, May was caught off guard by Tyrus on the Jax. Basically, Tyrus forced May to use his ultimate, the Janna ultimate, and then he kind of wasted it, and he still died. And you cannot get caught like that as a Janna. Of course you cannot. You have your teammates to be frontlining for you, and you're the Janna. You need to be shooting the tornadoes. You need to be giving the shields to your team. So as we look into this replay, I want to put eyes on May right here. So May is already at quite a low amount of HP. He goes with Akagi, I believe. But yeah, here we see him like, he tries to move, but here they get caught. Right? Like, look at May. He's forced to use his ultimate already, but he still dies. So this really, really benefited Viv Esports because now you're not up against a Janna anymore, right? Like, in the middle of the fight, you're not going to be having Janna basically healing up the entire team again. So Viv Esports took advantage of that, and they were able to win the team fight right there. Like, you can see they were able to win it, and I believe they got the dragon from it as well. So very, very well played by Viv Esports. It was dangerous regardless, because yet again, Revenant has the team fighting composition, and if played correctly, they should win the team fight, Stress.
Yeah, they should. Millip, the one caught once again. It's the second exchange in a row that's gone this way, and perhaps Tyrus is going to look for the 1 versus 2. The redemption's not quite in time, and Tyrus has said, no, I'm going to take that exchange in response. That's four players from Revenant coming through, and Tyrus can't leap strike his way out of this one. Counter-Strike, he's going to go in, try and take the fight. It's the only option he had. There was no escape available, and now it's going to have to be Viv exchanging through middle lane if they can, but Redemption once again to try and cut the minion wave. There's the revive going through, of course, on Jarvan from the Akshan kill, and now it's actually Revenant pushing down in the bottom lane. They have the minion wave, and they should be able to take it.
Yeah, we can see that Viv Esports is somewhat desperately trying to split push now with the Lucian in the top lane and then pushing the mid lane as well. But then we have another engage.
Yeah, Floors found his way in. Sharks, 3-person shockwave does the damage up front. Can they chase it down as Sharks come up and is locking in on him? Doesn't have the damage to eat all of his health bar for now, and Viv are going to back themselves away. They used a lot as the Rift Herald is going to go bottom lane, and look at Kranix sitting back in the pocket right here, looking for that split push. As soon as they see people commit on the bottom side, he'll look to push through down that top lane as it's all the way back in the base. I guess it was just about to time out, so a little bit of a time to wait before that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and that Rift Herald is actually going to be applying a lot of pressure in the bot lane as well, especially because the Baron is going to be spawning in the top side. So let's take a look at the builds, actually. No hole breakers yet, right? Like, Tyrus is going for the Death Stance, which is an incredibly strong item. Galio with the Warmog? Warmog? I cannot explain that one.
I mean, as the not analyst, I'm not even going to try and explain it. I'm like,
if I cannot even explain it, you don't have to stress. Don't worry.
I'm glad.
I don't know.
I'm glad we're on the same page there. I was like, this is like an exam I haven't prepped for. The terrible nightmare of builds. It's my weakest part as it is anyway, as Millip is going to go aggressive, or maybe it's 0-2 that started this fight, but Millip is definitely going to try and end it. Oh, Stasis is going to time out the Grand Challenge. 0-2 played that so well. Comeuppance is not quite a bitch in this one, as Millip is going to flash forward, doesn't quite get it, and 0-2 is going to be able to take it down as Viv. They lose another member. Millip has not had the cleanest series in both of these games.
Yeah, definitely. Bygay has a package available, by the way. They've killed Millip, which is a 27-second death timer, and it seems like Bygay is not going for the package. Instead, they're trying to go for a fight without the package. You know, I understand that they want to fight in a 5 versus 4 situation, but I feel like they cannot even win that against Tyrus on the Jack stress.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm just... This game... From the beginning, I kind of had a very clear picture of how it should go in Viv's favor, and that, like, so many steps, the game has gone a different direction. And so much of it has been around like Millip dying and then this Lucian not getting the lead that they expected it to. So it's a very odd game. And I think respect for Revenant for like being able to take the fights and knowing where they can fight. But now mid lane, they're going to get double stunned, double taunted and taken out from this one as Akage. Can he get over the wall? He's actually going to go aggressive and try and get onto Sharks, forced to stasis, but he's still in the ultimatum. And that's going to be another kill going down. And maybe now it's Viv that have stolen control of this game once again. That's a lot of damage coming out though, and Kranix is low with the dragon spawning. Arrogance has that flag and drag, but no flash available to get back in. Dragon gonna go over to Viv.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that Revenant got caught in the mid lane like that. You really don't want to be caught like that, of course. And Fluor is looking for more.
Yeah, couldn't quite find the engagement he wanted, but damage down onto Arrogance from Sharks is enough. There's that Warbox, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, he's incredibly tanky. He has a lot of HP. And of course, when he takes damage, after a few seconds, he's going to be regenerating it right back up, which allows him to constantly going for those aggressive engages, which he's doing again.
By game, Valkyrie's over the wall. Cataclysm goes in. It's actually Lucian takes the Baron, and Millip is backing away as Viv. They should have done enough from here. If they can just back away, they will have ultimate control of the side lanes. Their comp is already good at it. Comeuppance is going to lock down onto Tyras. It's not quite going to be the kill, as it's Janna that picks it up 0-2. There's enough members of Viv dying here that they're eating through. There's the revival onto Arrogance. Now, though, Viv have to utilize this Baron buff. It's Millip still has it on the Fiora. However, Tyras has got removed and Sharks did as well.
I'm very impressed with Revenant's performance right here. They're doing surprisingly well, right? Like after that first game where they got destroyed, they're doing surprisingly well in this game. And even though they did get caught a few times, besides that, they're doing an incredibly good job. And now it's Millip against Akage.
Yeah, Akage had the lead now. This is one of the things about Akshan is from a distance. Oh, we got to get that lineup. Didn't quite get it as Floor and Millip on different pages here. Floor now backing away is going to get taken at least low as Kranix drops low as well from this. And I mean, Viv just not quite in position. Only now had Sharks and Tyras respawned, I believe, so they weren't quite prepared for that. Millip, he should be able to take that fight, especially after the honey fruit, but has to be careful he's not pushing too far up.
Yeah, definitely. Arrogance cannot 1 versus 1 Millip. He has a hull breaker. He has a hull breaker, by the way. So we'll talk about that later. Let's take a look at this team fight. You know, Fluor going in super deep. Arrogance nearly stealing it. As you can see, the Baron was at 28 HP, but then Kranix was able to get it. Very unfortunate for Revenant, because if Revenant took this Baron stress, I believe the game would have been over. Like, this was super dangerous for Viv Esports, because as you can see, you know, they're just reviving Arrogance like that. 0-2, you know, getting the kill, boom, easy revive. And if they would have gotten the Baron on top of it as well, it would have been a 5 versus 3, maybe even killed more enemies, because if you get the Baron, you get buffed. They would have probably ended the game stress. So Viv Esports, very lucky they were able to snatch away the Baron right there.
Yeah, certainly a lot closer perhaps than it should have been, as Viv gonna try and get the kill on 0-2, couldn't complete it. But now, I believe the Baron buff just expired as Millip's dropped on those minions. So they actually did not get a lot from that. The fact that they were kind of half wiped from the fight and then had so many minion waves pushing towards us gives Revenant a real good chance at slowing this game down a little bit more and stopping the side lane pushes from Viv.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm honestly going to be very interested in how Millip decides to play the game from now on. We're 18 minutes into the game, no inhibitor turrets taken yet. And actually, Revenant still has a lot of turrets. They have 6 turrets, and Hullbreaker is hungry for the turrets, right? Like, Millip is going to be hungry for those turrets. And he doesn't have teleport, which I don't like, because if we look on the opposite side, it's Akage with the teleport. And even though Akage doesn't have a Hullbreaker, he's going to be able to basically keep Millip away, because as you can see, Akage is moving towards the top lane. He's going to be keeping Millip away from the turret, right? And then when a team fight happens next to the Elder Dragon, which is going to be spawning soon, Akage is going to be there much faster with the teleport stress.
Yes, this is a concept that is very fundamental of PC League of Legends. It's called teleport advantage. Teleport comes in PC as a summoner spell. What it means is, if your teleport is available and your enemy's is not, you have the advantage of being able to play way more aggressive on the side lane because you can immediately join a fight. They know that Camille will always be able to join, exactly as you said. However, Viv want to force this fight onto 0-2. They're going to go aggressive. Arrogance is here. Teleport has been cast. And what that means is now Akage is going to come into the fight. Floor is caught here, and the rest of Viv have to back away from this. There's that advantageous move from Revenant. What it does mean, though, on the top side, Millip will be able to take the tower.
Wow.
But it depends on the second step of this. It's Elder Drake now is there in favor, potentially, of Revenant. Is there's the counter-strike being used by Tyrus. Arrogance has dropped low. Monsoon is going to heal him back up as Dragon down to half health. Millip is already crossing over. Viv just needs to delay this and buy time. Another teleport coming in, this time from 0-2 as Arrogance is out. Big stun comes through from Tyrus, but Tyrus has dropped as well. Both junglers are there. No smites available as Millip is going to get eaten by 0-2's ultimate. 0-2 swings into action as Sharks puts damage down. Kranix can't take the fight either, and 0-2 is not done yet. He's going to roll through the jungle. Can't quite get enough, but it's Akagi taking the Elder Cloud Dragon, and Revenant are still in this game.
Unbelievable. Revenant just took the Elder Dragon stress. It happened. Basically, the teleport diff, right? Like, Akagi was able to teleport. They were able to get 1 kill against Viv Esports. They were able to get that 1 kill. And then here during the replay, we can see this is a 4 versus 3 stress. This is a 4 versus 3. Revenant has a 4 versus 3 advantage. Tyrus actually had a beautiful engage after this one. But here, Mei with the ultimate healing them back up. And this is a rough position to be in as Viv Esports. You're in a 4 versus 3 situation. What can you do? Like, sure, they did a great job. But then another teleport comes through from the Akshan. This is the teleport diff, to be honest. Like, this is the teleport meta. There you can see it. 0-2 comes in with the teleport and destroys Viv Esports with his ultimate. Then he goes in and just gets even more kills. So honestly, it's just like macro. How is Revenant winning the macro game against Viv Esports? This is amazing.
Yeah, they've really punished Millip on the side lane where they can. Oh, they're going to punish 0-2 now, though, as he's forced to flash back away from that. In that last fight, the shockwave whiffed. We'll see whether it hits this time. Not going to be, as Sharks has already used it and already drops down. So now it's up to Kranix and the rest of Viv to try and balance his team fight back out. The culling is going to at least chunk through some of Revenant. Baron is on the cards, though. Tyrus still available. No flash as Arrogance. There's a level advantage for Tyrus. There's a steal opportunity here if Tyrus can hop over the back of it. That would need a leap strike into the pit. And I think Revenant are just going to take this. They're at 4k health. I don't think Tyrus can get anywhere near. So they're going to de-push their lanes and try and slow Revenant down. But with Elder and the Baron, Revenant are in a great position.
I love how Revenant is pushing this, right? I love how they're making sure they go for these objectives fast, because this doesn't allow Millip to split push, right? Like, if Millip split pushes, you just get the objectives for free, which means Millip is not utilizing the Hull Breaker. When you're in a team fight, you don't get the bonus armor, you don't get the bonus magic resist, and that's exactly what Revenant wants. Like, if they force team fights, essentially Hull Breaker is half of an item in a team fight, right? Like, it's not the entire item, because you're getting only half of the stats. But we have another team fight.
Back into another fight as Tyrus is here, but he's half health already from this. Is going to force back behind the front line of the rest of the team as Millip. I mean, this has been a rough game, considering like Akage is so far ahead on this Camille, and now they're just going to bundle themselves up and try and push down these inhibitors as a 5-man stack. Arrogance gets caught by the shockwave a little too low on that one, forced out. The Monsoon stun comes through. Floor with a 4-person taunt is going to at least hold members of Revenant in place, and has the scaling kicked in. Have the long team fights got there finally for Viv? It's the first turret, that inhibitor going down in favor of 0-2. Nobody has died in the exchange yet, though, as Kranix is trying to find damage. Viv, they lost one inhib. And from there, Revenant will say, okay, that's what we needed to do. We needed to get one of the structures with this Baron and now try and play for the side lanes.
Yeah, Revenant really accelerating their lead right here. But honestly, Viv Esports doing a very solid job defending. They only lost one inhib against a later game Baron. We know how strong those late game Barons are, especially after 20 minutes into the game. The Baron gives so many stats. So Viv Esports being able to actually somewhat defend the Baron push and not lose like 2 or even 3 inhibitor turrets, honestly a win. It gives them another opportunity to actually potentially win a team fight and win the entire game stress.
Yeah, it certainly gives them more of an opportunity. I think the dangerous thing is that, like, we're getting to the point where Fiora and Jax are monstrously strong in the game. And Orianna. I mean, yes, Corki is strong in the late game. I know people will say that as well, but like, these picks are very strong as Floor. He's tanky. He can weather at least a couple of seconds of this engage here, and he does, and Floor backs away. We're getting to a stage where like support's in early level 15 here in this game as well. So we are into the very late game for Wild Rift. I hope we're not going 40 minutes, because we've seen those games happen once in a blue moon, and it certainly shouldn't. Viv have done a good job of holding on. Revenant have done a great job at taking the objectives where they can and utilizing this team fighting composition at moments that Viv have not been prepared.
both teams can win this game, Stress. It's not like that Revenant got the Elder Dragon that they just insta-win the game, because Viv Esports still took 3 dragons. And then, as you mentioned exactly, if we look at the compositions, Corki is not that strong in the late game. It's not as strong as the champions that Viv Esports has, which is the Fiora, Jax, Orianna, right? And then also the Galio, incredibly strong late game champion. Such a powerful frontline, and he tries to go for it again, but he just can't right now. The true damage is going to hurt him a lot more, though.
Yeah, it will do. This tower pushing down is not the main goal here for Revenant. I don't even think the inhib is. It's Baron coming up in a couple of seconds that really I think that they need to look towards as they're going to try and get an engage. Can't quite land it how they want it. There's some ultimates thrown out. But, I mean, for Revenant, securing a late game Baron like this, I mean, Jinko's video put it really clearly. Like, the later the game goes, the heavier the scaling on AP and AD and some of the other stats that come from Baron. So taking a Baron at this point in the game basically should win. It's for you. Floor 4 person taunt again. It's the same thing happening, and there's a numbers advantage. They've already taken out one into the GA. In comes the Galio ultimate to get the entrance. Millip drops low. Sharks is dropping low as well. This is actually maybe turning back in favor of Revenant as they force out the stasis. Tyrus is in the middle of everybody. Floor fast is over. Have they managed to outplay its Revenant? They've got the numbers advantage once again. They've taken 2 kills already. It's only Arrogance that has fallen from Revenant, and they're able to close the gap. It's Akagi dominating in this game. Arrogance has revived, and Millip, can he do enough? I don't think there's enough in the tank here for Fiora to be able to dash in. Teleport coming through. Revenant are going to shock this series and take us to a game 3 against Viv. As Viv, they couldn't hold on in this one. Revenant, we're going to game 3.
Revenant did it, Stress. This is what we wanted to see. They picked such an amazing draft. They did not allow Viv Esports to execute that composition. They did not allow Millip to split push at any second into the game. Incredible performance by Revenant, and this is gonna make the third game super interesting to watch.
Yeah, and this game goes against a lot of what I expected coming out of the draft as well. Like, I kind of felt like, okay, we'll have a bot lane advantage for Viv. They'll translate that into side lane pressure later on, but like, bot lane didn't go their way, at least after the first few minutes. And then Viv just kept taking these weird fights. Like Millip, I don't know whether it's that the rest of the team weren't applying pressure or whether Millip was overextending, but like a very uncharacteristic game where it's like he got caught out. This series, he's died a lot of times in positions on the side lane that even better teams will punish even harder.
Yeah, definitely. It just seemed like Viv Esports didn't execute their comp properly, but I also want to give credits to Revenant. Revenant didn't allow it, especially in the late game. Revenant didn't allow it to happen. Millip went for the Hull Breaker as his third item, so sure, he can split push in the late game, but he couldn't. He didn't have the teleport boots, and then Akagi countered it perfectly by going for the teleport boots himself. We saw how it played out, right? Like he was there first at the team fight at the Elder Dragon, which is this one actually, and then they were able to win that fight just because of that slight advantage. They were able to win that fight. So just Revenant really showing that they know how to play against the split pushing composition. They know how to do it and showing what they're made of. And now Viv Esports needs to get a little scared for the third game, Stress.
Yeah, for sure. I think 0-2's Akshan performance is really good as well in this matchup. Like, really on point cleaning up team fights, making sure they were getting the kills when they could. And I mean, you know, I kind of after game 1 thought, okay, Viv have got this 2-0, let's move on to our second series of the day. And certainly Revenant coming back and saying, hey, no, we can contend here. And it was an odd draft from both teams. And I think Revenant clearly look better with this engaged playstyle where between Arrogance and Millip, they can go aggressive in fights. Sorry, not Millip, Akagi. They can go aggressive in team fights and actually dictate the pace themselves. They look a whole lot better.
Yeah, definitely. And even though Arrogance went 0-6 in this game, actually, Akagi with the 12-on-4 performance, 21.7 thousand gold on him, and then 0-2 on Baige as well. All of the carries are at such a high amount of gold, just doing so much damage throughout this game. And I'm very interested to see how much damage everyone did. And if I could guess, I would probably guess that Baige still did the most damage. Yeah. Oh, wow. Akagi with 40,000 damage, Stress. That's a lot of damage for a Camille.
Camille balanced. That's why Revenant first picked Camille. I mean, you know, every time she gets through, you always kind of think, okay, she's a pretty strong pick, and certainly working for Akagi really shut down Viv. I just don't think this composition from Viv, at least the way that it was played out, worked in their favor at all. They never really had time on the side lanes, and that's the thing. We talked about a 1-3-1 composition that works best when you can avoid fights with the 3, and there were just no avoiding fights from Viv. They opted into the fights. Like they started objectives when they were down in numbers against the teleport, and that's kind of like unforgivable in those situations. This team fighting composition is always going to want to fight you like that.
Yeah, it was a bit of an uncharacteristic game from Viv Esports. It felt like to me, it didn't feel like I was watching the true Viv Esports that we've seen before, right? Like up against the one that we saw against Gamelord. Like it didn't feel like this is the Viv Esports that was up against them. I'm expecting them to pick back up and play this next game much better. But now Revenant has the confidence as well, right? Like we can win this. We can win this. So the next draft is going to be probably one of the most interesting drafts we've ever seen between these games. What kind of compositions are going to get picked and how are they going to get executed?
Well, my caster curse certainly went through, and let's take a look at the play of the game from that series, or at least from that second game of this series. I think good job in general on the action tidying up these fights. I have a feeling, okay, it's going to be the last fight again, another one where there was just so much damage coming from Revenant.
Yeah, Fleur actually with a beautiful engage. It was an absolutely beautiful engage. Also a beautiful ultimate, but it's just not enough, right? It's just not enough. At this point of the game with the Elder Dragon, it's not that good because it's an Elder Cloud Dragon during the team fight, but still. The true damage and then 0-2 on the Akshan. He has so many defensive stats, and if you combine it with a Janna, like no one can kill him anymore. And it was basically too late here for Viv Esports. And then to rub salt in their wounds, they even revived Arrogance on the Jarvan, which the Akshan can do, of course. Just a really, really nice performance from 0-2, to be honest, on that Akshan. He really shows that, hey, Akshan is also a viable pick and competitive.
Yep, shows that you can make it work. We see it from time to time. Snitch pulled it out a couple of last week for Rix. Let's see what Game 3 has for us. We're not too far away from that. I honestly thought that Viv were going to 2-0 through this series after watching Game 1, but Game 3 is on the cards between Viv and Revenant. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see which team closes it out in the upper bracket.
ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Last Chance playoffs. And I mean, when you've got a last chance, you've really got to take it when it's there in front of you. And Revenant certainly did that in that game. That was a whole lot better team fighting than we were expecting out of that game, and a strong performance in general around what Viv were doing.
That was absolutely amazing. That was like, it feels like that's a Revenant that we haven't seen before, but they're showing that they have it in them, right? Like they're showing, hey, we can do this as well. But now it's about consistency. Can they do it consistently? Right. Can they do it the next game as well? Like that's the real question, Stress.
That's a good question. And I mean, we heard Ryu in the interview say, well, we need to see more from Revenant before we really worry at all about them. Well, I hope Viv have seen enough to be worried and go into this game and look and close it out. Viv, I would say, is still favored. But as we head into game number 3, let's hear what Carmeline has for the key points of our last game of the series.
Hello, here I'm back with the key points. So the first thing I want to talk about is how Revenant has turned things around, something that we didn't quite expect. As Stress was saying, I think Viv wasn't even expecting something like this. But hey, similar roster, well, same roster almost as in Aphelion, but things have been looking quite different for them, which makes you wonder what could have happened back in the WREC. But hey, these are last chance qualifiers, and you know what, the playoffs. Now we're gonna see what they can truly bring to the table, and we've seen that can be quite good. The next thing we're gonna talk about is the top lane difference. Millipay has been having the best of the series. Today, don't know what's happening with him. Meanwhile, Akage for Revenant is playing amazingly well, so we'll see if they can, compensate a little bit, because clearly Millipay has a lot more to give than what we've seen today, at least until now. And finally, the last thing that I did want to mention, of course, is the return of Akshan, this champion that was played by the Snitch and a few other players back in WREC, is back now here. No nerves, no buzz for the champion, but it really fits a lot better in these new compositions that are coming up with this new patch. So that's been it for me. Back to the cast, Stress and Hells. Have a nice game. Bye!
I hope we have a nice game. I hope we have a fun game 3. I hope we see something new. I hope we see something different. We saw some different stuff. I think Lucian is a great solo queue pick. I don't know how useful it was in the last game, considering how many bottom laners were still open that we've seen. What are your thoughts on the Lucian?
Yeah, as you said, right, like there are so many other bottom laners that seem to do better than Lucian. Lucian is incredibly good in solo queue because he has such high damage to solo carry. But if he gets caught, right, like his mobility gets taken away from him if he gets caught. And especially by things like the Camille ultimate, you just cannot do anything against that. If a proper Camille ultimate gets hit on you, you're just dead. Or like you're just dead. You cannot utilize that mobility anymore to run away. Same goes with Akshan. Akshan can just follow you, right? Like with this hook shot, he's just much faster than just your tiny little dashes as a Lucian. So I feel Lucian could have his spot in competitive, but just not in that draft. I don't think his spot was found in that draft. Viv Esports actually chose the blue side right there, so they really want to prioritize this first pick. I believe there are, yet again, the Rakan, right? Like this time they may go for the Galio ban and then pick the Rakan, but they're sticking with their bans. Yet again, the exact same ban, Stress.
This is the third game we've seen a Xin Shao ban. I know Xin Shao had some adjustments, but are we expecting him to be this prominent?
It's just Viv Esports banning out the Xin Zhao, and it seems like they have looked into arrogance. I haven't seen his Xin Zhao yet, but of course he has a ranked profile, right? And maybe Viv Esports, yeah, there you can see, by the way, the Galio ban. So now 100% Rakan ban, right? We said it last game, or I said it last game as well. But I would 100% expect a Rakan ban right there, especially after that Galio ban, because you just don't have the tools. And again, it's open.
Well, I guess they're planning on trading Ziggs for Rakan at this point, and I think Rakan's a great first pick. What else have we got available? Is Camille is off the board, Fiora is potentially there for Viv. That would, however, give Rakan Ziggs over.
Ziggs.
They're actually going to take the Ziggs in this exchange, so that probably, I mean, if we're going on draft priority from meta, like Fiora Rakan would be pretty strong here from Revenant. But
exactly.
If you don't, you know that Viv are going to want to take it.
They will take it. Like, if you give away if you yet again give away the Rakan and the Ziggs, like, come on, you cannot do that. Also, Vi is open, which is yet another champion that is incredibly good to combo with that golden duo. So, yeah, Fiora expected, right? Like, Fiora is one of those champions with the right post. You can counter that engage. You can counter that Mega Inferno Bomb. That's one of those champions that can counter it out. There is not many of those threats. Like, you cannot just give it to them. But let's see what they're gonna pick. They have 2 more seconds. Nami, actually.
Okay. So we saw this in finals from WREC. From Game Lord against WREC. We saw a lot of this like healing support. You build Locket of the Iron Solari, and it just Locket enchant, and it kind of reduces Ziggs' impact. However, Rakan, I think it makes it a little bit more potent. Right, you charm people up and you can get a lot done there. That's going to be an Ahri on top of it. That's high priority for Ahri for Sharks. Yeah. I wonder whether this just means they want to ban out mid lane matchups in the second draft phase.
I expect a Kai'Sa. This is 100% a Kai'Sa draft for Revenant, and we want to see those traditional ADCs a bit more. And then one of those that would work here incredibly well is the Kai'Sa, because when Nami uses her ultimate, but they go for the Corki again. Actually, it seems like they're sticking to their strengths. The Corki seem to work out for them pretty well. But I want to talk about Kai'Sa. However, Kai'Sa is one of those champions after the ultimate, which is the big wave from Nami. If you hit a lot of enemies, Kai'Sa can go to the backline with her ultimate, right? Like, she's one of those champions that can go to the backline and destroy the Ziggs. But looking at the bans from Revenant right there, they're banning out the Jax. Like, yet again, it's just heavy jungle focus stress. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 junglers banned out of the 7 jungle, or out of the 7 bans. How crazy is that?
There's so much priority towards jungle. Now, this time it will hit Viv, though, because they haven't picked their jungler. In the first game, there was the Fiora already taken.
Another one.
It's now the Wukong's going to go. I mean, Arrogance, I would imagine, is going to be playing the Fiora for this game. We are delving super deep into champions. Like, Viv likely to take the Graves, I imagine, for the solo lane, and then Vi should get banned as well from Revenant. That would be the expected one.
Oh, they banned the Graves!
Okay, so Vi should get through unless Revenant are going to pick that themselves.
Yeah.
I guess then we're at Kha'Zix from the jungle.
Unbelievable. We're running out of
crowd
junglers.
control champions, but like Kha'Zix doesn't provide crowd control at all, so it's mostly just around picks.
It's crazy that we're literally running out of jungler stress. We haven't seen this happen too often. Akshan actually being banned out seems like a respect ban after losing that second game. I guess this is what Rio was looking for, right? Like, when you ban out those champions, when you ban out a champion like an Akshan, who is normally really not a good champion, you now know that Viv Esports truly respects Revenant. And this is what's going to make the third game especially good, because now I feel like Viv Esports is really going to take the game 100% serious. Because I feel like they kind of entered this series like, yeah, we're just going to wipe the floor with them. They actually do. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. They just picked the Vi to just deny it from Tyrus. I mean, I'm in disbelief right here. What is he going to pick? Which junglers are left?
Right?
Kha'Zix
is the only... Maybe there's something that we're forgetting, but like of the traditional jungle pool, like Kha'Zix is the remaining one. I mean, we have a Riven jungle we've seen from time to time, but
Nunu
is going to be the disengaged jungler that we see from time to time. Typically, you see him built with like compositions that want to play very long range. So now we get to see where Viv go for top lane matchup. There's a lot available, like Darius, or okay, it's going to be an Aurelia for side lane. Viv are playing a very clear side lane split push composition, just in general. That's Aurelia Baron lane. We've seen Aurelia mid lane out of the Dawn from Formulation, but this is going to be Aurelia Baron lane against Fiora.
It's a very heavy AP composition by Viv Esports, by the way. This is a very, very, very heavy AP. They have 4 AP champions and then the Aurelia. So it kind of opens up the possibility for Arrogance on the Vi to be building a lot of magic resist, right? And then also Akagi on the Fiora also be building a lot of magic resist to be pretty strong front lines. This is going to be very interesting. I love these. I love this draft, by the way. I absolutely love this draft, right? With the Aurelia pick especially. We love those crazy picks. Akali as well. These are the things that are very like, you have to dare to pick them. It's not like you just pick them. You have to dare to pick them.
I think if I'm going on like what feels better from the last patch and that kind of thing, like I would say Revenant's draft, I prefer it. I think it has a little bit more of a direct way of playing. You have some very, very straightforward ideas. Whereas like whenever you bring a Nunu now, I have to look at like, okay, who's going to be able to actually put damage out consistently. I think Ziggs and Aurelia can do. It just doesn't quite fit in the way that I've looked at the game in previous patches, but we are on a different patch. We are looking at different builds, different champions, different items. So those are the adaptations that I think have that room for Viv. And game one, they looked so confident in their ability to play side lane. Game two looked the opposite. So now it just depends which Viv are going to show up in this game. But Revenant, once again, have some decent team fighting to bring to the table.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, honestly, Stress, I'm still baffled by this draft. I think we had 8 or 9 jungle bats, and then another one being picked just to pick it away. I just find it a crazy draft to see. And okay, so let's see. It's indeed mid up on the Aurelia. I believe we haven't seen mid up on the Aurelia yet.
No, we haven't seen much Aurelia Baron lane as it is at all. Really have only seen it as a pocket pick for formulation. So yeah, it's an interesting draft in comparison. This time, I think Viv's bot lane is, I mean, this is the duo that we've talked about. Like Ziggs, Rakan dominated game one. Game two, it did not look so good on the Lucian setup from Viv. This time, though, I think this should be everything they need to get through the early game and into those team plays very effectively.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit more about the Aurelia pick right here, because when I'm looking at the composition of Revenant, they have the answers to it, right? Like, sure, Akali, sure, Corki, sure, Nami don't really have a big answer to Aurelia because she can constantly dash around. But if you look at the Fiora with her Grand Entrance, she can destroy Aurelia. If you look at the Vi with her ultimate and her first ability, she should be able to do a lot of damage to the Aurelia and lock her down. I feel it's going to be a very rough game for Milip, especially if he's going to be up against Akagi and Arrogance, but we already have a gang coming from Tyrus.
Snowball comes rolling into the middle lane as 0-2 gets locked down despite being in the Shroud. He knew exactly where those snowballs had to hit. Now Arrogance is going to be forced to flash out. Doesn't quite take enough damage to drop, but that's an important first engage, going heavily over to Viv.
I guess even banning away 10 junglers is not enough against Tyrus. This man can play it all. Like, this man can play it all. And Fleur is already right here, ready to be helping out Tyrus in case someone wants to go for it. But Revenant shaking hands, taking the bot lane scuttler, you know, makes sense. They don't want to be fighting up against Tyrus, especially after wasting that flash from Arrogance.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday we had junglers, we had supports staying out of lane for like the majority of the early game. Milip just ate that riposte and did not land the follow-up damage. So definitely not what he's looking for, as Tyrus is going to build a snowman up in the top lane. I mean, he's not a ward, so Akagi shouldn't get caught here. Akagi should know everything that they need from that top lane. Aqua Prism lands bot lane, floor takes a little bit of damage, but we're going to settle back in the lanes as the first recalls come out.
And Aaron is actually going to be getting quite a significant lead in the jungle, as he's already cleared out his entire jungle. Meanwhile, Tyrus, we know he failed that gank, which means he wasted a lot of time. So it's going to take him like half a minute longer to get to that same power spike as Arrogance got. And this opens up possibilities for Arrogance to go for some ganks, because Arrogance got his level 5 and he wants to use his ultimate now. And before you ask me why, let me explain. Because if he uses it a little later, he's not going to have it available for the first dragon anymore. So he wants to use it now, so he can still get it off cooldown. So like right now is the maximum, and I assume he's going to be going for a gank on Sharks, although Sharks does have a ward waiting for it.
It could be going for bot lane, because look at how far pushed up Viv are. There's the satchel charge that was just used by Kranix, and the one thing about this ultimate is without his flash available, he will be taking a one-way trip, so needs to convert the kill and not be taken out, as doesn't find the opportunity. And I think that window that you were talking about has kind of closed now.
Yeah.
But it will allow them to buy time to get that flash back up. Tyrus is here in the middle lane, knows that he's not warded, has swept that bush, but there's nobody there in middle lane to collect it, as it's bot lane that Sharks has appeared on. It's an early swap, a couple of seconds earlier than normal, as Kranix is now in the middle lane to make sure they can absorb that minion wave.
And if the observer could show the builds, that would be very nice, because I'm very curious. There it is. I'm very curious. No one has a finished item yet. And this is going to play very well into the first objectives, because the first objective is spawning. Corki is going to have a package. And I believe no one even has enough gold to get an item. Yeah, no one has enough gold. For some reason, it seems like Baige is not going for the Mana Mune. Oh, he is. He sold...
Did he undo offer purchase, perhaps?
No, he sold it, I think. He went back and he sold the crit item and he got his Mana Mune.
Interesting. We'll have to kind of take a look at that as the package.
He uses it already.
That's suspect, I'm going to be honest. They're going to get the Rift Child and rush it down, though, as Floor. Oh, stolen the Nunu! comes through. You cannot outsmite the Yeti, and it's first blood going over to Millip as it's all gone Viv's way. Too much perhaps was used up front as Revenant have been able to pick up a number of kills on the back end. Tyrus drops to the Phosphorus Bomb, and Viv, they lose a number of players. They lose 3 overall, but do get the Rift Herald.
Baige, what are you doing? What was that package? He went all the way back just to get his package, just to then waste it to jump over a wall. Baige, that's not how you use a package. And honestly, that cost him this fight. If he had used a proper package, he could have completely isolated the champion very easily from Viv Esports, and they would have just dominated the team fight. Instead, they lost the Rift Herald, and Viv Esports is very likely going to actually be giving away the Dragon. So let's take a look at it again. Baige with no more package. Here it is, just Viv Esports game, right? Like Rakan goes in, charms everyone, Tyrus steals the Rift Herald, and then here, Sharks as well. You know, what happened?
Yeah, I mean,
like this was amazing for Viv Esports.
You got to look at it that even with the kills going over to Revenant, like crowd control should easily have been able to stop Nunu from ever getting there, right? That should have been straightforward.
Very easy.
So as we go through, Dragon did get taken by Revenant in that exchange. You just saw the twin shadows, the ghosts come out from floor to try and get some vision and slow people down. But this is an odd beginning of the game. As you said, I don't know about that package from Baige. We'll have to keep an eye on the rest of his packages from this game.
Yeah, and Viv Esports, as I said, you know, they gave away the Dragon. They just pushed out the top lane turret with the Rift Herald they got, and that gave quite a significant advantage to Millip. Millip sitting on 5,200 gold, up against Akagi, who's sitting on 4,500 gold. Quite a significant lead, really. And 0-2 on Sharks, I think, yeah, seemingly going all in, but really nothing happened right there, to be honest.
Yeah, not a lot happened as another engage in the top lane as Akage, I believe, riposted out some of the crowd control, or at least denied the engage from Riv. From Viv, as mid lane floor is on a ward. He's going to go aggressive. Can't quite get that, as that's going to be enough to end that exchange. Akage is going to get snowballed on. Yeah. Will get dropped. Arrogance goes in with the assault and battery as well, and they're going to try and buy enough time for Millip to stay alive. Couldn't quite get it as Arrogance is ticking. Was the red buff enough? Mega Inferno Bomb can't quite punch the way away, as there's a good knock up onto 2. Heal comes through to try and keep Baige alive. Doesn't have his flash available though from that last exchange. The auto attack didn't land. The Ludens didn't quite pick up the kill, and Baige somehow gets himself away thanks to that barrier.
And this is exactly why Tyrus decided to put the Rift Herald in the Baron lane, right? Like to get Millip ahead. And we saw in that team fight, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing a replay of, there it is, how strong Millip is right now, right? Like, as I said, normally Fiora can destroy an Irelia. Same with Vi, right? Like, these are champions that work very well into Irelia. But here we can actually see Millip on the Irelia doing a very good job and nearly being able to kill both of them with the support of Tyrus. So that is the power that Viv Esports has right now. And the item that he's going for is Divine Sunderer. Divine Sunderer Irelia. I've not seen or tried it before. I think it could be a very strong item, Stress.
Yeah, I mean, we normally see Irelia opting towards like Trinity Force, right? And it just gives you the damage to kill people very quickly. Obviously, you mentioned this in a previous game, like Divine Sunderer is going to give you a little bit less damage overall, but more survivability, a little bit more, tankiness, and that you can basically just take some of the health back. But I mean, Irelia just kind of wants to kill things quick. She likes to get kills very fast and reset through fights, but we'll see how that goes. It used to be that building towards tanky Irelia on PC was not exactly the most useful thing in the world. However, with the Blade of the Rune King and Divine Sunderer, she's still going to have a bunch of damage.
And the real question is, are we going to see one useful Corki package throughout this entire series? I'm going to be real honest with you, Stress. We've had 3 games now, and Baige has pretty much wasted. I believe he wasted every single package. And now during the next Dragon, I really hope to see a truly game-changing package coming through from Baige right there, as he builds his Solari charge bit as well. He has 2 items, and I believe nearly finished off the Muramana. That would be such a huge power spike, which should allow them to win the fight very easily in the next Dragon.
Oh, Arrogance is spotted going over the ward. by Viv, and they're going to close in on him with 25 seconds until this Drake. He will not be there for the fight, and despite the fact that Baige does have that package, I don't know that there's too much of an opportunity for Revenant to actually take this objective. Oh, it's not going so well.
What? What's happening? What? Sorry, Stress, but what's happening in this game? We see a random package. Oh, this is what's happening.
Baige has got caught in this exchange. Rift Herald charges. It's not going to be enough to take down the tower. Kranix will get that with the satchel charge when they can get there, but it's Dragon going over as his top lane fight. Akage can't quite take this fight as Millip is now backing away. Baige is coming up here as well. Revenant are going to try and take the fight while they're losing the Dragon on the bottom side. They want any kind of constellation prize. Millip can't get out of this one, surely not, as he's going to try and dart his way through the fight. No, double stun, he gets out! Oh no, assault and battery under the turret. No way is Millip going to outplay this. He's going to dash away. This has gone so horribly wrong for Revenant. It was a 4 versus 1, and Millip has got away with a kill. He's going to overextend under the tower. He thought he could get 0-2 in that exchange. Could not. I mean, Millip had already done everything he needed to. Arrogance is not having the best game in this one. This third all-important game of the last chance qualifiers is not going Arrogance's way.
Wow, and as we look into this replay, as you can see, this was seemingly a free kill for Revenant. 0-2 even flashing, using his ultimate, but it's just not enough. Millip, like, oh, he just dodged the Akali ultimate, but stuns both of them. And then Arrogance is like, no, I have none of this. He goes under the turret, but still unable to kill him. And this is the power of Divine Thunderer, Stress. This is the power that the bonus healing provides you. It gives you so much sustainability. But here, unfortunately, ended up going a little bit too far. 0-2 with a beautiful counter to re-engage and being able to pick up the earlier, regardless of that amazing fight right there.
Millip was trying to predict the Akali follow-up so that when Akali landed, she was stunned and just mistimed it, went early. That would have been like, it was already a highlight play, but if it had killed Akali there as well, that would have been like series redeeming performance from Millip, because his game 1 and 2 were a little bit shaky. Arrogance, however, caught out in the jungle again. Viv are really punishing this Vi here. Like, Arrogance is struggling to get into the game. Even if he doesn't drop, Shags will pick up the kill. I was going to say, even if he doesn't drop, he's forced back away. There's 1 kill from 0-2, but going in that far is going to cause 0-2 to drop low himself. The bouncing bomb plus the wave was not quite enough to keep him alive. Kranix now maybe in trouble, is forced to flash out. Oh, rockets are going to tag him. He was burning for a moment, but Kranix is able to get out alive. Will take the honey fruit to survive just off the back of that fight. No, wow, this is a very tense exchange as Kranix is trying to find Baige with the bouncing bomb. Does get it, doesn't have the ultimate available, but it will be up soon.
And Stress, this is a very intense series. I'm just sitting here on the edge of my seat, constantly waiting for something to happen, and then plot twist after plot twist during team fights. It's just the craziest series that we've seen, really. May, unfortunately, completely missing his ultimate in that fight right there. That was Revenant's fight to take, because Baige was able to dish out a lot of damage on that Corki, but Millip going for the 1v4.
Yeah, come on, Millip. Come on. You're feeling your oats way too hard. Literally 1v4. Like, actually 1v4. Like, you look at the map at the beginning of that play, nobody was nearby.
Stress, I don't know what to say. This is like...
Me neither.
This is you know what's funny about this game? As you can see, I'm having a hard time saying what I want to say, because it's funny because it feels like these are incredibly good players, but it also feels like they're trolling. Like, half of it is such amazing gameplay, right? Like that, the games that we saw from Millip, dodging out all of those things, winning the 1 versus 3. And then the other half is just Corki using his package to kill a big minion or something, right? And then Kranix finger slipping and using his ultimate somewhere else. It feels like both of these teams are feeling the pressure now, right? Like, this is the pressure that you're going to be feeling. You're not going to be performing perfectly because of the pressure. Finger slips may happen a bit more often, right? Misplays may happen a bit more often. Miscalculations may happen a bit more often. We can see it happen clearly in this series, where it's Revenant against Viv Esports in a 1 against 1, and the next game really showing whether you're going to the upper bracket or the lower bracket, Stress.
Yeah, my gut feeling about this game is like a couple of these exchanges, the teams are trying to like finesse the other one, like try and outplay micro-wise. like in that exchange where we saw Millip survive through, like Akali could have just got the kill. Like they could have just got it, and then Millip is able to outplay. But they're taking so many opportunities to outplay instead of just playing their comp, which we're not in a finals. We're not at the absolute top tier of European Wild Rift, and that's not meant as disrespect. But what I mean is, like, for Viv, we know how strong of a macro team they are, and as they go aggressive, like, why is Akagi over this side of the map? This is the kind of moment that I'm talking about, and both teams have done this throughout this series. Millip just did it a minute ago, and Akagi's like, all right, my turn to overextend 1v4.
It's very interesting indeed to see, like, they're being caught off guard very well, but it was also Viv Esports following up perfectly with Millip. By the way, Millip Hullbreaker stress. He has a Hullbreaker, and I love this item. I love the split pushing meta. Ooh, they're going for 0-2.
Yeah, it doesn't get knocked up by the snowball. That none of the ults really land, and they're just going to take the tower from it and back themselves away. Yeah, Hullbreaker on that Aurelia, you were saying.
Yeah, Hullbreaker on the Aurelia. So split push Aurelia, I don't like it personally, but it seems like Millip is going to be playing in those Baron lanes a lot, and we saw Revenant. They were able to counter it in the second game, right? Like, they were able to force out those fights as a 5 versus 4. So let's see how they will do it in this game. Yet again, Corki has a package and the Baron is up. Although I feel he may actually save it for the Aldous. Like, Millip, yet again.
Same thing. This time the team is a little bit closer, as Millip is going to try and dash in, does get the first kill, will flash himself out, has managed to survive, but he was found in the end by 0-2. Under the tower, Akagi goes down. Viv, this time they were close enough to actually compensate for it and take themselves another tower. Viv, I feel like maybe now is the point of the game where they can actually turn this really up in the pressure, as Tyrus gets jumped on. Baige will get taken out by Floor. This is why we do not see him get Rakan very often in this duo. That's another kill going down. The ace completed for Viv. They're going to back away and look to take some more objectives.
Viv Esports playing this beautifully as a team, right? Like, we thought that Millip got caught out right here. It's a 1 versus 3. But then Viv Esports, yet again, perfectly roaming around to Millip. They also have the Cloud Dragon, by the way, so they're able to roam around to him very easily. And here they saved him. And sure, he died, but it's totally worth, right? Like, Viv Esports with the 5-man dive. And then Revenant trying to get kills in a 2 versus 4 situation. Yet again, not quite good usage of the package, as we can see in this replay. Baige desperately trying to kill Tyrus, but jumps into the snowball with the second charge of his dash, and then dies off, and then Arrogance dies as well. Very, very good fight by Viv Esports. And here, they just take a free Baron. Yeah. And right now, it's a snowball, right? Like, this Yek is snowball disadvantage. They just won't allow Akagi to do anything on that Fiora, because Millip has the Hullbreaker. What I expect is a 1-3-1. Put Millip in the bot lane or in the top lane. I think it's going to be the bot lane this time. And then put another champion in the top lane, or they're just going to push the mid lane. But Millip is going to be pushing one of those side lanes. And no one can take care of him, Stress.
No one really can take care of him unless he's 1v4 again, and that's happened enough times. Happened enough times in this game that I don't count out that it happens again. Arrogance is going to get caught, at least for a moment. Does back away as Floor is going to push the minion wave through with the Baron buff up, so buying time as it's 0-2 up against Millip on that side lane. It's all just about the waiting game from Viv. They have the Baron buff. They know that they can take it, as Baige takes a lot of damage. There's the stun landing. Millip actually goes back in on this again. It's about patience on the side of Viv, but they say, no, we have the damage. We're going to take the kill and look for the first inhibitor of the game to drop, as Baige gets half health by 1 bomb by the looks of things. Now it's the move towards the mid inhibitor. 0-2 just went in. 1 versus 5. That is not the last ditch attempt you were looking for. It's the last chance of this game.
Damage.
And that chance is gone as the damage comes through. Viv will close this out. It was not the prettiest, not the best Wild Rift game you'll see, but 2-1 on the series from Viv over Revenant in a much tougher series than we were anticipating Viv would have had.
That was the messiest game that I've ever seen in the WREC. I loved it. I loved every bit of it, but that was messy, right? Like, Viv Esports needs to talk again with each other. Like, okay, guys, this was not good. Even though we won, this was not how we want to win, right? We heard it from Ryu. They're expecting to win 2-0, and we were expecting it to, and they should have won 2-0, but it didn't go as smoothly. Like, Revenant could have taken this game, Stress.
Yeah, there were moments that Revenant, I feel like coming off that second game where I was like, ooh, okay, Revenant may be able to do it. And I mean, Baige, I think that there was obviously the packages I think we got to look at as a key factor of Corki. You always have to build it in, but always Corki will be a threat. We saw these fights that Corki was able to tidy up in the back, and I think if Viv had been any sloppier, it possibly would have been problematic. In my mind, Kranix and Floor in games 1 and 3 looked really solid in general. Like, I don't have too many faults with what they were doing, but Viv were playing this game as if they won it before they loaded in. And I'm not a fan of seeing teams do that in general, because we saw Revenant nearly turn it around. Like, they won game 2 of this series.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we talked about indeed. It seemed like they were a bit overconfident, perhaps, right? Like, this is an easy game. We're just going to go through it very easily. But no, it's not. Revenant has what it takes to beat out a team like Viv Esports. And Revenant is going to have one last chance in the lower bracket. And I feel they may show some good performance. You know, if they talk about what happened in this series, if they talk about what went wrong, if they talk about those packages, they may do a little bit better. Jokes aside, though, very, very well played by Revenant regardless. And I feel this is also a team that has the potential to get very high in the WREC.
Yeah, we'll watch their progress through the lower bracket. I think that there are so many teams that we expect a lot out of, and Viv are one of them. That for Revenant, this time around, I don't know whether there are enough spots at Barcelona for Revenant to make their way through. But what I would say is, like, when they were playing aggressively and when they were playing well, that's the kind of playstyle that worked well for them. And that's what I would want to see more out of, because this time it just looked a little bit rough around the edges. Like, Arrogance was caught out a lot on the weak side of the jungle. So yeah, overall a 2-1 series, not the series I was expecting coming into today.
Yeah, definitely not the series that we were expecting. This series turned way more interesting than we had anticipated, and I think the next one will as well. We have some amazing games coming today, and here we can see Millip actually dealing the most damage on the Irelia, right? Like, Tyrus was focusing on the Millip throughout the entire game, putting that Red Herald in his lane, helping him win his lane. Millip did show off, as you can see, he did do well, although he did int a few times, as we saw. He went 1 versus 4 in that jungle, but besides that, Millip did an amazing job hard carrying this game. And we said it, if there's one player that can pull, or if there is a player that can pull off champions like the Irelia, it's going to be Millip, and I'm expecting to see more of that coming very soon as well.
Yeah, I was also interested to see how Viv kind of handled all of the jungle bans. I mean, this last game, I think we had 8 champions that could play jungle banned or picked away from them. So I'm interested to hear a little bit about that and how Tyrus feels about that kind of impact on his champion pool. But the Nunu in the last game worked out exactly how they needed it to. You know, flash forward, gets the seal away on the first dragon and kind of opened the game up. But yeah, it was a fun series to watch overall. I want to hear a little bit about how the team feel about it. And it's perfect to know that we actually are going to an interview with Tyrus right now with Caroline.
Hello everyone, we're back here. In this case, we're with Tyrus once again, jungler for Viv Esports, who just won. So first of all, hello and congratulations.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
Well, the first question, by Stra's petition, I need to ask you, how do you feel about the impact on your champion pool due to the many bans that Revenant directed towards you?
I mean, we're certainly not expecting that many bans on the jungle side, but it's not like I'm having any restrictions in my champion pool, so that would matter to us. And we definitely showed in a few other matches in the past that we can adapt to any sort of bans that are targeted towards our players.
Okay, so we'll see next games what happens. But also, when we were talking with Rio in the beginning of the show, we were saying like he was telling us maybe a 2-0 versus Revenant. He didn't really, he knew the team, but he had to see more of them. How do you feel about this series going 2-1? Did you expect this?
I mean, to be honest, no, we did not expect it. We kind of choked, let's be honest. After the first game, it was like very one-sided, and I think everybody let their guard down a little bit and went a little bit too relaxed into the second game. And yeah, the second game was a wake-up call, definitely, so we had to sort ourselves for the third game and just played safe because we knew that we are probably the better team going into the series.
Just one last question here, Tyrus, is what are you looking forward to in the next games? What are your plans going to be? How are you going to prepare for those?
For the next games, I would like to just take a closer look at the changes of the meta, because we had a huge patch 2 days ago, and it's kind of rough to adapt on the spot, especially when we don't have such a huge backup in coaching staff, for example. And so we're trying to just look for what the other teams are doing, what's working, what doesn't work, and try to implement some of these things maybe into our gameplay, but still keep it in our own style, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, let's see if you can keep winning with this style. But for now, that's it. Thank you very much for coming here. And I'm throwing it back to the casters, stress and thoughts. Thank you.
Great to hear from Tyrus. I think that's a fair way. And to be honest, coming out of game 1 draft in the game, I was like, wow, Viv are so prepared on this patch. Like, they've done their homework, they're ready, everything's good. But as Tyrus said, the patch changed so much that I think that was a bit of a wake-up call coming from game 2. So I think as the dust settles, this is probably, and I don't say this in a negative way, I think that this will be a series that's forgotten about because the result goes the way that Viv would have expected anyway. There's some learnings to take from that game. As we look at the play of the game, I think Viv will kind of breathe a sigh of relief to get out of that situation with the 2-1 win and advance to the upper bracket semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. So the play of the game is when the dive actually worked for Millip, as you can see here. Viv Esports perfectly following up Millip with a really amazing dive. Like, he did so much damage right there and going out, basically winning this team fight on his own. And right here, Viv Esports having the perfect counter to the engage of Baige with the unfortunate package, and then the other dash, which Tyrus countered with a snowball. Viv Esports is very easily closing out this game right there. It was the game-winning team fight, I believe. Like, from this point, there was just no real comeback from Revenant anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It was pretty much done in that exchange. Yeah, I think that's a good learning series, and the fact that Viv get away with it, with a win, I think is going to be a really important moment. I think for me, there was one player that was as consistent as we've come to expect. And as we check out our MVP, I'm pretty certain that it's going to be Floor. for at least the 2 games of Rakan were very, very good. And I think even the Galio game was good too.
Yeah, the thing is about Fluor, very consistent, as you said, right? Like, even the game that they lost, remember that Warmark Galio? He actually did an incredibly good job in that game as well. He got those crazy 4-man taunts during team fights, very good ultimates. So he was not the problem. And here, here in this game as well, just doing a solid job in every single game. Like, Fluor here with the Galio, doing what he has to do, even though they lost the game. And then in the 3rd game, we saw it too with the Rakan, still doing a solid job. First game, he absolutely hard carried. So yeah, there is not anyone that would get the MVP besides Fluor in this series.
Yeah, have to agree on that. I think Fluor definitely sits in the discussion of our top supports. I think still, I feel like Hester has that on lock for me personally, but like Fluor is right there in that next tier where, he just has impact in most games. It just kind of depends on how the rest of Viv look around him. I think when Viv have the advantage, Fluor looks unstoppable. And certainly at a lot of points in this series, he looked good. That is Viv versus Revenant done for the day. It is our 2nd series coming up soon. Formulation versus Control, 2 fan favorites, or at least from me. I love both of these teams. So it's kind of going to be heartbreaking to watch as Formulation take on Control when we come back in just a few minutes. Will keep that alive. SC7 flashes. Only kid, he leaps, strikes out. No way. SC7 gonna strike. How did then right around the corner, Viv are gonna face check in. Solar flare into the Mega Inferno Bomb. They haven't got the damage to stick down onto Kranix yet, but he's gonna eat through Game Lord. Shockwave is gonna catch Doom out, and Doom now in trouble. Doesn't have his flash available, but it's Snitch on the sidelines, puts damage down. SC7 has healed up. Looks like he got the honey fruit from the top. Chance from being caught, and it's forced Rix into a fight that they cannot afford to take. The Guardian Angel from SC7 as Lonely Kid rips into the backline. Clue drops the apprehend as Game Lord are gonna apprehend this. They don't even need the L sounded very good by the looks of things to end this one out. And Viv are going to do what Rix couldn't do against Game Lord, play out the early game composition. Yeah, one last attempt from Viv. They're going to try and shut this down, but it's a rampage from Redemption. The low health bars are all there, but it's the Bane tidying up for the double kill. Can they get more as Redemption's going to come into the fight? Triple kill for Redemption. Full house for Game Lord. They're going to end the game right here, right now, as Game Lord advance for the rematch against Rix.
Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Forever, say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time.
WREC Games Squad EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we getting hype. Everybody round, 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 everybody round here know we getting hype.
we ain't getting hype, we staying hype for this series. It's gonna be Control taking on Formulation, one of my favorite teams, or two of my favorite teams really. I'm Stress, joined by Carmeline for the second series of the day. This is gonna be a bit of a heartbreaker, I feel. I feel like for me, I don't really know who to cheer for. I predicted Formulation. I know you've predicted Control though, so Carmeline, like we're on separate pages today.
As always, I think. Well, in any case, I mean, I voted for Control basically because I had really good memories of that team while they were doing the run, even though they ended up losing. But, you know, I still have good memories of them, so I hope they can bring that good side today.
Well, let's jog the memories of people at home, perhaps that haven't seen the teams in a while. For Formulation, it's UI, Kimao, Don, Feko, and Zawa for their lineup. And on the side of Control, Sanjarin, Raidazito, Kaguzen, Josh, and Komoto. So some different additions to this team for Control. They have made a few changes, but as you said, Control, I think people have a lot of fond memories, especially for like Komoto. I remember his Galio was really impactful. We'll delve a little deeper into the teams as we head towards pick and bans, but for now, let's hear from Hells to hear about what he thinks Formulation and Control have as their key points for the game.
Thank you very much, Stress. Yeah, and in this game, you know, even if it's a battle between two teams that are a bit lesser known, Formulation Gaming is the heavy favorite. Formulation Gaming has showed what they're made of, and they're incredibly good. And I believe KTRL can, of course, win the game, but Formulation Gaming is going to be going into this as the heavy favorite. And then the next point is Formulation Gaming has some crazy pocket picks, right? Like some crazy pocket picks. And it seems like it was so crazy that I actually typed 2 O's in the pocket. That's how crazy it is. So I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing some of those crazy pocket picks as well from Formulation Gaming. And we don't know too much about KTRL because we haven't really seen that much from them yet. But what I do know from KTRL is that they have the best support in the world. Kamoto is by far the best support in the world, and there is no one that can contest him. So if his teammates can play just as good as him, you know, they may as well be able to take this series. So let's see if they got what it takes. And yeah, back to the casters, Carmeline and Stress.
I don't know whether I agree, but I think Komoto is definitely the best personality of a support player in the world. And to be fair, his Galio was actually really good when we were watching Control. So, yeah, I mean, you know, maybe I'll be on the hype train. It's hard to break my Formulation hype train, though. I feel so contested.
I'm just thinking right there. I now know why I like Control so much. It's because Stuart and Hell's Devil won't stop talking about it.
Yeah,
you know?
They don't shut up about Control all the time. Stuart's always like harping on about when he played in some tournament 20 million years ago before he was washed up.
Hell's was my support, and we were super friends. And like, he's a really good support, and Hell's the same. Like at this point, like,
I can't insult Hells because Hells is here. So you know,
do it,
he'll give me the receipts
Good
later. Otherwise, I can get away with it with Stuart for now. He loves me really. But let's head into draft. Formulation versus Control. I'm so sorry, Stuart. I know he's co-streaming right now. So hi, Stuart's chat. By the way, it's Stuart's birthday today. Formulation Gaming versus Control. Zig's band. It's not his birthday. It's a meme from this chat. Zig's band away first is the first band. I'm sorry. I'm memeing everyone right now. Greg has taken off the board from Control. We're obviously on patch 3.1, the new patch that we're getting to. So we've had a couple of changes in meta. We still see Ziggs have priority. We still see Varus have priority, but there's 80 carries, and we've seen a lot of Jacks the last couple of days as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen him most of the games, whether it's in jungle position, the top lane position. I think it's a really strong pick nowadays, and I don't know, I think it works. However, today, well, in this particular game, he will be banned, as well as Aurelia. We saw him in the last game really being really powerful, not really cutting through, but hey, you know what? We don't want her in this game, at least.
Also, it's been a very, very standard pick for Formulation. They've played a lot of Aurelia mid for Dawn. I would say it's like anecdotally like 50% of the games. I'm sure I could get the stats there, but I don't have them on me right now. But Aurelia has been a key pick for them. Olaf taken off the board. We've seen that a bunch of times with now one last pick for Control. Will it be Rakan? Will it be Jace? Will it be Camille? Camille is available, and it's been a big pick for Formulation.
Will it be a support? Who knows? Could be Camille, as you said. It's gonna be sad. which again makes sense compared for the top laner Formulation Gaming. And I think actually banning Formulation Gaming is quite difficult because they've got a really wide champion pool. But in this case, I think Control has done the best that they could do, given that they've got 3 bans in this first round. Now it's time to see what they're going to be picking. And again, as you were talking, as I was saying, Formulation Gaming, you never really know what they're going to pick. In this case, Camille is going to be the first one. When you're on blue side and you're going to choose Camille for this, we've seen top laners being given priority in this past few games, so it makes complete sense for me. And I also think with the split pushing meta that is currently trending, does make quite a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think Formulation will be eyeing up the Galio as the follow-up. I know obviously Control have played it a bunch. Leaves us in a Rakan situation. We got Varus available. There is the Varus picked right as we were talking about it. So now we get to see whether Formulation respond with a bot lane mage for themselves or whether they will take a standard AD carry matchup. Now, of course, Varus kind of king of the AD carry matchups in general, has that early game laning phase, and that's Varus Thresh. Kamalto's roams on Thresh have been pretty good, and now we'll see how he can do in this game.
Wow. Okay, so I'm really liking this bot lane so far. I've always been very invested in AD carries plus supports, and there we go, Jin Zhao. I think he's one of the champions that is really standing out for me due to the buffs that he's received in this latest patch. With both the 3 talent stack and Wind Becomes Lightning, they do more damage and they have less of a cooldown, so that's definitely an advantage for you. And Galio accompanying this composition so far. Again, lots of global presence, and I'm really liking this pick so far. I'm glad to see the Xin Zhao because, of course, we had it banned out in all 3 games in our last series, so now we get to see exactly how strong it is. Control on the other side will take the Darius for teamfights, so opting kind of into a meta that we've only really seen a handful of games. Like the last series really opted away from this team fighting top lane style, so really interesting to see how Control are opting back into it. That's going to be the Senna taken, so no Senna Galio lane. Formulation have played a lot of Galio just from Fekko as well, so it could very well be support, could be that bot lane carry being taken. Graves off the board, we've seen it as a Baron laner and as a jungler in general, so Control won't have access to that. Yeah. There are yet 2 bans to be seen, and I can expect them to go perhaps to Dawn, directed towards him. There are many champions still open that have been improved in latest patch that have been buffed that you might want to take off the board, like this Corki. Once again, we've been seeing him in the last series quite a bit. In this one, not so much. Also to prevent him going with the Galio in the bot lane. That can be a really powerful bot lane duo, particularly versus Varus and Thresh. So now you gotta decide what you're gonna be banning for the last thing as Formulation Gaming, and you've got plenty of picks once again. But in this case, if you're playing against this team, what is it? Fiora. Good choice here. Even though Darius had already been chosen, which is similarly going to the top lane, Fiora can also play a really good jungler role. So again, you don't want her in your game.
Yeah, we see a lot of Fiora junglers. Can be Riven, can be played mid lane, probably in the jungle for this matchup. Now we get to see what formulation round they composition out with. Will it be a support and then an AD mid laner for Dawn? That's typically how they like to go. Could be a mage for Fekko on the bottom lane as well. Like Morgana is available, Orianna is up if they want it to go alongside the Galio, and then an AD mid laner for Dawn. Dawn likes playing a lot of AD champions, but it's going to be a Diana, so a team fighter. So on top of Camille and Galio, Diana brings a little bit more AoE damage into the mix here as well.
Indeed, and I'm really invested and interested in seeing what they can do, like what the composition will do all together. So they're going to be facing a team that has the peak potential with the Varus and the Thresh particularly.
Ooh.
But, whoa, okay, Stress, we've got Israel finally in our hands.
Okay, so we don't see a lot of Ezreal typically because Ezreal doesn't wave clear mid lane particularly quickly outside of using his ultimate. I wonder now with Divine Sundra whether there are Ezreal builds that can survive a lot more in team fights. I don't know. I don't know whether that's much of a problem that Ezreal had before. He's typically a good late game scaling ranged carry in like solo queue where you don't have to focus so much on macro. Akali rounds out the team composition for Control. This is a team fight comp that wants to just fight you at objectives. You have a Darius with the resets, you have the Akali executes, multiple stuns, a lot of crowd control. Control's composition has a very specific way that you can just obviously see that they want to play. Formulation also want to go aggressive, and until this Ezreal pick, I was like, hey, I understand everything that we're going to do. We're going to bring somebody that can tidy up fights and then do damage up front. But this is a big curveball from Feko to bring an Ezreal out right now.
One of the reasons why I think Israel hasn't been performing so well and competitive is because we tend to have really fast-paced games, and as you said, Israel is more of a scaling champion, and we've seen it with Vayne in the past, you know, where you expect the champion to be leveling up and getting better and better, but sometimes that level up doesn't happen. Like the game ends before that power spike comes to a closure, and that ultimately leads to you having a champion in your composition that doesn't do that much. It's kind of standing there doing damage. So with that, those compositions in front of us, I have to say I'm actually happy to have supported Control. I feel like their comp is a little bit more rounded up. I tend to prefer teamfight comps anyways. You've got Darius to provide a little of tankiness and fighting style, more of an AD kind of thing. And if you look at Formulation Gaming, I feel like there might be something missing. I don't know what exactly. And I know for Control's bot lane is going to be difficult to go through the barrier of the Galio in there. But at the same time, for me, there is something that doesn't quite click.
Yeah, for me, the thing that's missing is the likes of like a Jinx or something like that instead of this Ezreal. Like Ezreal is going to concede a lot of this laning phase. Formulation have 90% of the prediction coming from this. I don't know whether coming out of the draft that's quite so straightforward, because Josh and Kamalto should have lane presence for the pretty much the entire early game in this. And unlike Vayne, who eventually just kind of like will kill everything, Ezreal needs a lot of time and doesn't deal so well against like tanky champions. So we'll have to see how that goes coming through this early game. I'm a little bit less sold on Formulation than I was expecting.
I still believe in Movila, their coach. I believe he knows what he's doing with this draft. Is it at the time being? I can't really see it. And also, look at that, for example, you know, like Varus with one single ability has basically taken half of Koko's life, which is just already quite something to stress.
Yeah, Don gets flayed back into the lane. No real damage to continue through as Control. They get the first little exchange going their way, but it didn't really cost anything from Formulation.
Oh no, but here we've got more engaged coming up. We've got Thresh and Riven roaming there in the mid lane, potentially looking for something. Shinzao is getting pinged right now by his own team, being like, hey, don't get in trouble. Well, there you go.
Yeah, Kamau is going to try and get the damage down as Kamalto will give himself the exit hook over the wall. Feko's picked up his Sheen, so at least a little bit more laning presence out of Ezreal, but doesn't really spike until later. I'm interested to see where his build goes, whether he goes towards the Trinity Force, whether he goes towards the Divine Sundra, whether he goes towards the Iceborne Gauntlet. That's always my favorite way of building Ezreal, because it's really hard to kill him, but obviously doesn't quite have the same amount of damage.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to wait a little bit, just 2 minutes in, and we start to see the difference in gold. It's getting quite paired up. You can see also how the junglers are planning this. Riven has on a top to bot kind of. Shinzao has on a bot to top, perhaps trying to give a little bit more power to Camille, knowing that for Coco and Sour she'll have a little bit of an easier early game. And in the meantime, well, you can see here potentially a gank coming up. If you can get this kill into Darius, it'll be quite good for you. Moving on to the game, there you've got the Galio as well.
The Hextech ultimatum makes this all too easy. I was going to say, if they can land the crowd control, they don't even need to question it. First blood goes over to Formulation.
I mean, this was a chronicle of unexpected death. If you may, they had a quite good ward in that, just in case someone from Control tried to arrive, and Control was perhaps planning for someone to try and approach them from the tree bush due to the vision and the ward that they've gotten there, but they wouldn't plan on the enemy just straight up walk into the lane and hide in the bush and getting this kill on tip of Sanduran. And well, I mean, it's an unfortunate situation, but it's just one kill down. You know, they still got plenty of time. The objectives are going to be spawning quite shortly. We'll have to see if they're going to be facing each other in a team fight for these ones, which is what Control's composition will want to do, or if they're going to try to shake hands and be like, okay, we'll see each other later on. We're going to wait for a little bit.
Plant used to spot out where Ryder Zito is. They're going to get control of vision on the bottom side. So Control at least have a good opening to this game, looking at those first objectives and having the visibility to see where Formulation are going to be. I think this is a dangerous moment, though, because Formulation, they have the Galio ult, they have UI's ult nearly back available again. So they can take one person out very, very quickly in these fights.
We'll see what happens later on. For the time being, if we talk a little bit about itemization, we can see the Road of Ages going on for Diana already, Muramana or Manamune there for Varus, not evolved yet, and of course the first Black Cleavers forming up with the Kindle Gem there and the Bacteriophagus, I think it's the name in English. So that we go. We kind of expected it from the first games that we saw today, where many of those were being spawned. It was all Road of Ages, Ludens, and Black Cleavers. And of course, you want this to have a little bit of more of ability haste, and of course, the damage that they bring with them. So again, this is just preparing for the first team fights, because the objectives as of now haven't been taken by any of these teams that are keeping it. They're keeping a little bit of intrigue going on. They want to be really careful around this, because after that first kill on to Sandur in the case of Control, you don't want to rush it. You don't want to risk losing another kill, another team member, and potentially just giving some advantage to the enemy team, in this case to, for example, Dawn or UI. So yeah, just keeping it safe for now.
Well, one advantage that Control are going to have in this game is this Varus pushes the wave a whole lot faster than Ezreal can clear it. So Control will always be able to push mid lane back out unless Ezreal commits his ultimate. The other thing that they can do is commit Galio into the middle lane, and he does have his ultimate to cross distance, but that means that Galio won't be able to contest the river as much as you would expect out of a support. We're going to handshake the objectives as Zhao, I believe, has put a ward over the back of the pit, or at least has his Twin Shadows available if he wants to use that enchant. They found Kamalto, though, and Kamalto forced to proto-belt himself away. 1,000 health on this dragon. It hasn't dropped low enough yet. That was nearly close from Fekko as they're going to go aggressive. Hextech Ultimatum will take out Ryder Zito. And that's Formulation finding the pick. Exchanged for Dragon, though, so still Control come out ahead of that little skirmish. Rift Herald went to Formulation.
Oh my gosh.
Zhao gets the taunt bottom lane. Damage down on Takagu, but there's no real follow-up while the Shroud is there.
Yeah, they didn't even have to use the flash. Was this safely? Kamalto now coming to the rescue. And in the meantime, Coco being in a little bit of trouble, trying to cause some trouble in this case for Josh. He's trying to protect this mid lane tower, reminding that Formulation Gaming has the Herald in their possession. They've gotten in the itemization right now for Kimia, as well as these and second kill on top of Control. So that is slowly getting more traction when it comes to gold difference between them and the enemy team. Let's see who takes the first tower, but at the time being, it looks like it might be them. I feel like Control are a little bit like trying to protect rather than be aggressive right now.
So, Divine Sundra Ezreal. Not surprising. It's another champion that can utilize this as a build. We haven't seen it in competitive. We don't see a whole lot of Ezreal. So, I'm now looking forward to seeing how much damage Fekko can output on this pick with the new itemization, and to see where the rest of his build goes. I don't expect too much of a departure from the standard Ezreal builds, but we'll keep our eyes on that as Control have started to move out of the middle lane, because Formulation There are already 3 people top lane where Zawa is looking to go aggressive. It's bot lane with Don that has been forced to flash out, and Formulation have not yet pulled the trigger on the play top lane. There's UI going in, Hextech Ultimatum on top of it once again. They're utilizing this Camille exactly as we've seen from them multiple times. Can't quite get the kill at first. That's the kill going over to Kimiao, as now Komoto under the tower. Minions are going to do the damage, blocking Ezreal, but UI can't quite find the hook shot. Tower's going to get rushed down topside for first blood on the towers. Will be answered bot lane by Control, but Formulation are inching their way ahead in this game.
Indeed. And with this, we're saying right now, Formulation Gaming establishing more control with 3 kills of control, particularly in this game, which is quite funny game. But I'm kind of concerned about Control. Like, I feel they're really fine the footing with an Akali and a Riven and a Darius in your team. You should be really knowing what to do at this point in time. I feel like they are just following whatever Formulation Gaming proposes instead of doing what they should be doing, or what I feel like they should be inclined to do, which is this team fights. Instead, they're getting isolated, getting picked kills on top of themselves, and I feel like that is just gonna be a little bit backwards if they want to win this one game. Also, look at the pinging. Formulation Gaming identifying threat, and there we go, another team fight.
However, remember there's a Galio on the side of Formulation. They can close the distance very quickly if they can get there. Zawa gets the knock upon Komoto, and in from the top side, Kamau is going to get into the fight, and Komoto now caught on the opposite side of the Rift is going to be another kill going over to Formulation. Rift Herald was popped in the middle lane, did not get the tower, and now UI is going to have to hook shot away. Doesn't hook shot away, takes the engage. Hextech Ultimatum under the tower. Jash has managed to flash away. Stasis forced out from Camille as the kill goes over to Ezreal. That's Fekko picking one up on this Divine Sundra. Ezreal trades it for the Diana, or in fact, it looks like Kagu may have picked up the kill solo on the bottom lane against Diana, but Rift Herald is spawning once again, and Formulation will start it up right away.
I have to say that was pretty good looking from them. They take away Dunn, who hadn't had that much of an impact, but I'll tell you about it later, because right now they're fighting for this hero. Let's see who can take it.
Yeah, Zawa doesn't have his ultimate this time around, but it's a double taunt into a double knockup, plus the true shot barrage is going to rip through Control, and Formulation probably have done enough for this Rift Herald. However, that execute is actually taken from Riven. Right as Zito has turned this one back around, and there's a Darius nearly holding on. UI was bleeding, but it wasn't enough. Rift Herald went over to Ryder Zito as Kimiao wasn't able to get the smite down in time. I'm not sure exactly the timing on when he died for that exchange, but Formulation, it looked good, but Control are the ones to take the objective.
Talking about Kimiao, another one buying Divine Sundra, which seems to be the most popular item in this series, as opposed to Hullbreaker, which was trending last series. So I like seeing how this is actually changing the meta, and we're gonna see right now in this replay how they approach the Herald from behind. You kind of flank the enemy team. There goes the Trusha Barrage we're talking about, and something very interesting is UI has to stay kind of away because of the melee nature of the champion, whereas the rest of the team kind of gets split and divided. You see, Kamoto's kill is gonna be quite easy, but UI here is gonna have to fight with teeth and everything else to fight against Sanjurin and get down these Darius. And with this,
huge pickup from Sanjurin though in that fight, like taking out Kimau right as the Rift Herald was dropping low enough to smite is massive play to be able to get that Rift Herald in favor of Control. That's one of the worst Rift Heralds we've seen in Europe, but they're going to use it in order to buy mid lane pressure to get Dragon, but they're not even going to get the Dragon in time. Not the best start, as Zawa has found one with the taunt, forces the flash out over as UI now caught in the jungle from Control, does dash into the back line from Kimiao, trying to get the first kill of this fight, will go down onto UI, and Control maybe very well have steadied this exchange as they can get Kagu rolling in this fight. It's a double kill for Akali already. Kimiao blocked on the top side. Nobody has taken the Dragon yet, but surely it's only a matter of time between Control. Very scrappy, very back and forth. Control, take the Dragon.
Kind of a messy team fight right there, because it's not the best place to fight depending on the composition. In this case, of course, it can to be left behind a little bit on the left side of the screen. We're gonna say right now, Control trying to run away slightly. Josh and Kamoto arriving from this other side. Galio's ultimate him just there, but look at this. Again, Tangerine has to be followed by Kamoto in this case. Kumiao gets left behind once again, a little bit behind the rest of the team. It gets just quite messy here. The teams in the case of Formulation Gaming, the team gets quite split up amongst themselves, which means that they're not going to be able to force all those compositions, all those comps, and synergy between each other on top of the enemy, which obviously leads to them being defeated in here and Control regaining that power and taking the dragon off themselves.
In that fight, Don's ult forced at least 1 or 2 flashes, I think it was, or it just didn't hit the way they needed it to. But the exchange now means that while the summoner spells are not available, they need to punish. If Don can get a good ultimate, maybe they can get it to work. Azawa is the one here. Of course, that was just another rough ultimate from Don. Control trying to back away from this one, and I think they will be able to as Kamoto lands the hook, trying to get the damage down. They've already taken the turret on top side, so Control can back away. Don has had 2 fights where his ult has not hit the way that Formulation needed it to.
It's been, I think could have been much better. By the way, no turret taken by Formulation Gaming. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe Dawn doesn't feel that so comfortable in Diana in this game. I don't really know what's happening. But yeah, I agree. It's not one of his best performances so far in what we've seen out of the competition. And Control regaining what taking, I feel like they could do more. I feel like they are planning to do more. I like them be more aggressive. And look at this, trying to plan a little bit of a gank, but they've been seen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of Ezreal. His ability 1, the wow, how can I not remember that? Mystic Shot is on such a low cooldown that you can just check every single bush, and if you hear it hit, you know that there's somebody in there. So always check those bushes as you're going through. Despite vision, you can always cheat vision just ever so slightly, and that's on Formulation 2. Yeah, I mean, Formulation were in control of this game, and now Control have actually kind of been able to get themselves back in with that Rift Herald play. I didn't like the Rift Herald itself, but the dragon following it was enough. Ezreal can't quite chunk through the health bar of Sanjarin. A little damage down up in front, but that's Darius. Will be able to heal that back up very quickly. Two-shot barrage used to push mid back out, so obviously reduces the team fight damage as UI now has to deal with 2 members of Control down here. Stasis used, and Zawa can't get there in time. UI was untargetable for about 3 seconds in that entire exchange, and Zawa just couldn't close the gap.
Zawa just a second late to save his teammate. However, really good play by Kamoto. I really liked what they did right there. The Vox was respectfully timed. The hook didn't quite land, but you know what? I think it's good enough. Lich Banes, by the way, for Kagu. Well, okay, you almost goes blade for Josh, but kind of start seeing how they are building this entire optimization. And I'm really, really liking what we're seeing here. Loads of damage going on for both of these teams. Cyrilda's grudge as well for Josh. I'm very impressed by the 60 minutes that we've seen because everything seemed lost for Control. You can see how they are regaining that power. Also, the next objectives are already on the Rift. I think the Baron is going to be the next one. I think they still need to scale a little bit further. But you've got the Elder Mountain Dragon right there for the taking. And it seems like Control are trying to push a little bit in this lane. We're leaving Kago to split push on his own. So we're going to be seeing right now what happens. But at time being, I think leaving Kago alone with the amount of power and the amount of damage that he can deal is dangerous. We'll see now.
Sanjarin pushed a little far up. Does get forced to use his stone plate, so that's one key item being used. This is a slow portion of the game we're going to now because no team really feels like they're ahead because we are dead even on gold. And that means that Control, they're just trying to push the side lanes. They've got to be careful they don't get caught, though. That's where Formulation's composition can really punish. We've seen it a number of times already. But this Ezreal, I mean, now that he's used True Shot Barrage, the mid lane push is easily done by Control. Formulation still can't de-push this lane as fast as they would have liked.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I feel like that's going to be something that they will drag with themselves for the rest of the game if nothing comes out of it. You know, Control can take objectives quite quickly. They have been able to clean the waves really quickly as well. So with all that together, Formulation, look at them. They have to be kind of clustered around this particular area of the jungle. You can't really risk going alone into the wild, otherwise you might get picked, killed, and you don't want it happening right now, because one kill onto your team might mean the enemy team taking an objective, which might be an Elder or might be a Baron. Both of them can be really scary despite the nerfs. So again, I don't know. I feel like Formulation Gaming are trying to find an opening, which might be right here.
Yeah, that's going to be the pick they were looking for if they can convert it. A lot used for that, though. Don used the ultimate, Fekko used the ultimate. Now they're going to go for the Elder Drake. Akali is going to be forced to come down from topside. Formulation, they're going to wait. I mean, the crab vision is there. Control know that Formulation have not started this properly yet. Now they see the two-person commit, as they have to infer that Formulation are blocking some of the entrances here. They've seen the Dawn, and Kagu is going to be able to back away from this one. They've swapped sides. Like, Control have gone all the way around looking for the Miracle Seal. Over the wall they go. It's taken by Kimau. And now Formulation surely can shut this fight out with the Elder Drake for themselves. They've lost their jungler, but with that extra power, can they do it? No, apparently not. As Control are going to turn this back around, we're going to have to see this Ezreal safely from a distance. As Fekko uses a true shot barrage. Oh, they're actually going to give him the leap. Is going to shut out Akali. Thought that was a dangerous moment there for them, as Don nearly delivered Akali into Fekko, but it's going to be the Elder Dragon going over to Formulation, and they take a number of kills.
Well, that was quite intense. Oh my gosh. Look at this. We can see here the replay. You see it right there. It was quite interesting because Control, I feel like they really knew what they were doing, really knew when to split the team fight, really knew who to pick up the kill zone. For Coco having to run away, though, the crucial barrage was quite good. And here they go. The only misplay that I saw here was from Kagu at the very end. But for the rest of it, I can't say, I think I'd be proud.
UI is going to take this fight. Has the Galio ultimate on top. 3 or 4 person taunt, or is 3. There's still the Edge of Night on Varus, but it's going to be Zawa that drops first from this. And look there. Oh, Darius is going off. Double kill. That's a triple kill, but he will get dropped before he's able to convert anymore. Fekko untouched on this Ezreal. Uh-oh, here comes the Akali. That's not what you were looking for, as Fekko will drop as well. Ace comes through, but with Josh and Kagu still alive, a Control gonna look to end here. This is I mean, not a big minion wave with them, but they still have 30 seconds on these death timers.
Maybe they can try it. I feel like they'll why not? You can try it. I feel like they're discussing this right now. They're like, okay, can we do it? Can we not do it? The minion wave is arriving right now.
They can do it. They've got it. Control take game 1 against Formulation with just a team fight win into pushing down mid. It was everything that Control needed. What a strange end to that game.
What? Okay, so it was really anticlimactic, if I might say. Like, I feel like out of the entire game, we had so many ups and downs from both teams, you know, particularly from Formulation Gaming, the fan favorite. By the way, many people have lost their points right now, I can't imagine. And we can say that in movements like this, in fights like this one, I feel like the Ezreal didn't have the impact it should have had. Like, for Coco, usually is a much more impactful player. In this case, basically barely nothing. But yet, like, look at this. Like, Kagu was really shining all through the game, and I don't know about your stress, but I think something needs to be improved from Formulation Gaming side. You can just lose with one team fight. It's not possible. I mean, it is, but you shouldn't.
I mean, that's the thing about fighting this late in the game against like a Darius and an Akali, is they'll just tidy up the fight really quickly and they'll end the game. Because, I mean, that's the thing. Fighting this late, long death time is so punishing. And Formulation, I mean, they were doing well for the majority of the game, but I don't know. There's something went wrong in some of these late game team fights, and I just don't think this Ezreal had the impact that something like a Jinx would have had, where you have late game scaling just that can output via attack speed and kind of reset through fights. Like Feko had fights where he was fine, but look, there was, with 4 low health targets in front of you, like Feko only got 1 kill from that, and it's not Feko's fault. It's the champion that you're playing with. Ezreal cannot really do that much from these kind of situations. Like you're playing defensively over a wall, you're trying to stay back, and then the Darius is just unleashing on your team, and it just, Formulation didn't have enough there.
Absolutely agree. I think these two new incorporations to Control's roster have been quite good, both with Kago and Sanjiren. And look at this. Ryder Cito not doing much. I mean, taking more of a backseat role. But then look at them. 12 kills combined between them two. And if you look at Formulation instead, it's clear where the mistakes are made. Kumiao, usually more dominant, not happening in this game. For Coco, once and the same. I feel like the only bright spots here are Sour and Dawn, and not even then. Like, what are they missing? Like, it is the same roster that they played with at WREC, and yet something is missing.
I mean, I think Formulation's like playstyle was still what we expect. Like, their comp was exactly what I expect Formulation to draft, but a couple of missed ultimates here and there and not enough finishing power in these fights is just not the way that they can finish those team fights. Like, typically we've seen games in the past where they're able to get the kills and keep going, but this time they just had so many low health players at the end of team fights that Formulation couldn't convert it into a win. So very, very strange game, and honestly I feel like this puts Control in a really good position, because they played very well against Formulation's kind of signature play style. And if you can do that in game 1, there's no reason you can't do it in game 2.
Absolutely agree with you. I really want to see what else they can bring today, because, I mean, I'm trusting Control to be able to take this second game away from Formulation, but who knows, maybe we'll go against another 3-game series. So I don't know about you, Stress, but I'm pretty hyped up.
Yeah, we may have another 3-game series on our hands. Let's take a look at the play of the game from that one. I think there might only be one play that could be play of that game in Control's favor, and it's going to be this last fight.
This was quite good. Galli's entrance was good, I have to say, but he got caught in the middle. His team wasn't able to get close enough in order to counter the attack from Control, and then 1 kill after the other. You can see how Sanjiren goes down, but it doesn't even matter at this point, and then Yash is taking for Coco out in a bad second, like just 2 seconds and he's gone.
Yeah, Feko eing forward, and a couple of missed abilities in that fight as well. There was one Q that went off towards the Baron. I think he may have auto-targeted towards Baron instead of targeting the people in front of him. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles, and Control take game 1 of the series against Formulation. We'll keep our eyes on how game 2 goes when we come back in just a few minutes' time.
Breathe fire, your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. Tears, an ocean of tears. We'll try it on stars. 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 We'll try it on
You ready?
Welcome back to the WREC Last Chance Qualifier Playoffs, where we are in our second series of the day, and we are an unassumed 1-0 position for Control. At least I didn't think that would be the position we'd be in. I was anticipating Formulation to take at least the first game, but that's the position we're in. Control have opened 1-0. Carmeline, you and I will jump into the game in just a couple of minutes' time, but first of all, let's head over to Hells and see what he has for us about his thoughts of a big Control win in Game 1.
Thank you very much, Stress. So even though KTR won the game, I'm mostly going to be talking about Formulation Gaming because they had the composition to win the game. They had the Galio-Camille composition, right? Like, this is such a strong duo to do a very good engage in the fight. They pulled it off pretty well in most fights, but they screwed it up in others. And then the next thing is, the draft was incredibly bad for Akali. Like, this was not a good draft for Akali because she was playing up against the Diana and then also up against a Galio. Like, Akali tends to struggle a lot against those champions, but she held her ground. She was 2-0 in the game. She was like 2,000 gold right throughout the entire game and still able to carry the game. Like, such a phenomenal job. And I feel like Formulation Gaming is going to be banning out that Akali because it feels like the player is just way too good on Akali. And then next up, Formulation Gaming also did an amazing job catching out KTRL. So they had very good vision game, right? Like, they were sweeping out jungles. Galio caught them with the taunts. They got the Elder Dragon because of it. And then this is not a point written here, but I'm still going to be giving it. Their team fighting was not good. The Darius, guys. The Darius from KTRL doing so much damage in those team fights. Formulation Gaming just got caught completely off guard by the Darius, and they thought like, yeah, we're gonna win the fight anyways with the Elder Dragon, but no, they didn't. KTRL took the game, and now we're gonna be heading into the series. So back to Carmeline and Stress to get us into the draft.
Thanks, Hells. Yeah, some really uncharacteristic team fighting mistakes out of Formulation in that. Like, Don's ults just didn't really land where they needed it to. Fekko didn't have the cleanup power that we've come to expect from them. So heading into a second draft, I think we're going to see a couple of changes here from Formulation.
I'm sure they are to be expected, but what I'm expecting now is to see if the chat will be a traitor to Formulation Gaming, or if they will be, favoring them again, like what will happen, because it was 94
they're turncoats.
90 against 10%.
They'll vote way more for Control this time around.
You traitors. You think you can get away with this? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do. They do think they'll get away with it. And they probably will. They would have got away with it if it wasn't for us meddling casters. But picks and bans is where we're going for game 2 of the series. And Formulation have opted onto red side. Our first series today, the teams that had choice opted into blue side. Today, it is red side in the second series that Formulation have gone to now. So, interesting to note. Irelia banned away. Control going to remove Don's signature pick from that middle lane. Wouldn't be too surprised to see the standard bans come out, so the likes of Fiora, the Ziggs, that kind of thing, taken off the board on red side. Gragas is going to be the one. Formulation taken off the board first of all.
Ziggs will be following up next on Wood. The Hex minefield being a little bit nerfed, but it doesn't matter to them. They don't want to see him on the Rift. Camille very interesting here. Camille being banned from Formulation side. They wanted to be a first pick for controlling, if that was what they wanted, just in case, you want better to prevent than to then. I always forget the freaking saying. But,
I'm laughing at the fact that Varus has been banned now as well. So this is a high priority on bot lane. Like, Control might just pick like Corki here first pick and just say, what are you going to play bot lane? And hope that they play Ezreal again.
Could be. There's one last ban for Formulation Gaming, and then again, you can ban any of the things that you've seen in the previous game, that Darius, even if you don't want it to say just in the hands of Sanjuran. But Akali will be that. I mean, very understandable. Kage was really, really good playing this champion. So once again, that champion being banned.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of a Akali ban on red side, but whatever. It kind of destroyed them in the last game. I think you can draft around Akali well enough, but Formulation not feeling too convinced of it. So set first pick for Control. That may be for Kamulto, may very well be for Sanjuran. We'll see where that ends up going. It gives us Formulation now. Rakan available, Galio available if they want it. Of course, don't have that Camille to pair it with. Or bot lane is where we could look with the likes of Corki or Orianna if they want it. Although Ori kind of is one of those picks that can just fit in later in the draft if they wanted to anyway. Oh, Olaf's available. Didn't even think about that. Now that opens up Yuumi if they want it. If Zawa has practiced his Yuumi, we may very well see that. Otherwise, it's likely to be banned.
We were discussing earlier if Yuumi should be played in these games or not. I still maintain that Yuumi should be played. I'm a fan of Yuumi. I used to be a hater, then I converted. I'm a Yuumier now. Oh no, that doesn't sound good. Sorry. But anyways, I think it could be a really favorable pick to Olaf. And with this Corki now here chosen, I think is still viable. We were discussing if Corki could be going to Control. But well, look at this. And I like these two picks for now. I think they complement each other really well. Now it's a matter of seeing, who's going to be there with them on the Rift.
Yeah, Kha'Zix picked as a jungle now, and I'm guessing we're going to go to mid lane pick for Control. I'm just trying to think what's available, because you need to kind of see a little bit more from this composition from Formulation to know what you're going to ban out. Because Olaf, you compare it with the Lulu, you compare it with the Yuumi. Yuumi, Corki's not that great. There's a support pick. It's going to be Kamulto's Thresh coming out once again. I mean, Kamulto looked fine in the last game on it, so why change what is not broken? Yeah, Formulation is an odd position for them to be in. I don't think Yuumi or Lulu pair particularly well with Corki in lane, but both pair very well with Olaf.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing the next pick. That will give us a hint or an idea of what they want to go for. It'll be Rakan. I mean, a really good champion currently in this current patch, this current meta, being used a lot. We saw it in the last series. We're going to be seeing it right now in the hands of Sour. Don't really know about the chemistry with Corki. It's not one of my favorite bot lanes, but then again, don't know if Corki is going to go mid lane or bot lane, likely bot lane. But again, provide lots of engage, a little bit of tankiness, and shoots for his teammates. Really good pick in general. Let's see how it works with the rest of the composition. Yeah, now Formulation turned their attention to the bot lane to take away that Orianna. I mean, Rakan's always going to offer the same type of engage, so Corki just works very well team fighting with Rakan. Now Lee Sin going to get banned away from Kimiao. I mean, that's an Olaf. I mean, Olaf we have seen in top lane and in mid lane, but that's going to be Olaf jungle, right? That's my assumption when I see it immediately, is it's likely to be a jungle pick as a primary carry. Mine too. I think that's going to be the case. Mid and Darius, okay, I mean, makes sense for him to be banned. You don't want to see him again coming in the hands of Sanjuran, and this might give us a clue of what Formulation Gaming think is going to happen. So what if the set doesn't actually go top lane? What if the set goes in another position? You talked about it potentially going to the bot lane as support, but you've got Thresh already, so they could read the intentions quite easily. And now it's a matter of what they're going to be banning, which will be Diana. did feel like Dawn was a little bit weak with this champion in the last game, but granted, with this new composition that they are planning over Formulation Gaming, I can understand why this has been banned.
Like Formulation go mid lane here, that leaves them a little bit of flexibility on top, but obviously they're looking for their solo laners unless this Olaf is not going in the jungle, so they're going to bring something that can flex as well, multiple roles. So that leaves a lot of questions on Formulation side. Control are going to have to fill in the gaps. So we're looking for a bot laner. We're looking for probably a mid lane champion as well. Is likely to be Set's top, but of course Set can play into mid lane. If you were going to reveal that, though, it would be difficult. Maybe an Ahri gives you a get out of jail clause for that mid lane. Not many matchups that she's very bad in. There's the Ahri, soft, a pretty easy blind pickable champion. Now we're looking for bot lane. Jinx I would like to see, but I don't think it's going to get played. Where does that leave us? A lot of the mages have gone. Like Ziggs is gone, Ori's gone. Like, what are we doing? Brand as a bot lane? I don't like it that much in this kind of composition. I think you can go towards AD carries, go towards Kai'Sa or Jinx or something like that. That gives you some scaling on top of this composition is my preference here.
I don't know. I mean...
Ooh, it's a champion that gives you scaling, indeed. That's a Tristana picked up for Josh.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that at all, but I'm really liking it with Yams over. I think this can create quite a lot of show for Control. At least, you know, they provide a good show for us with this engaged composition that they've got going on. Also, Kazakhs to pick kills. And Set is going to be closing Formulation Gaming's roster in here. The last pick, and well, you've got an assassin versus an assassin enchanter. You'll see how that works out, but for now I'm kind of favoring Control again. There is something in me that says
bringing
Control.
Like low magic damage, really low magic damage. It's only Corki and a tiny, teeny bit from Rakan. Control bringing themselves, you know, not the tankiest of lineups, but like there's a pick potential between Ahri and Thresh, and give Tristana the follow-up that you can kind of get kills and scale this Tristana into the game. She, of course, a very, very strong late game carry when she gets a high attack speed plus a lot of crit and a lot of damage in team fights, but we got to get there. Like, one of the problems with Tristana is it's hard to get Tristana into the game. She doesn't have the best early game in the world, so we'll see how she can deal with the likes of a Zed and a Riven running at her.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Tristana Yamp surrounded by Thresh's box, for example. That would be quite interesting. I think they've got plenty of tools in order to engage the enemy team and also to kind of pick kills. But looking at Formulation Gaming, I feel like the composition might be a little bit different in terms of what they want to do in the game. Do you want fast-paced team fights? I think that's what they're going to be looking for. But for now, what we're going to be doing ourselves is getting into the game, and already they're looking to pick a kill from inside the Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, they're going to look and at least try and blow the flash of Kargu here. Does get the knockup, should be able to get Kargu out, will take just a little damage and settle themselves back into the lane. But there you go, there's the turncoats in chat. You can see it.
Traitors, I say. That's the word. But in any case, we kind of start seeing where respective junglers are starting, and you can see how Riven is going to be going top to bot, and in the meantime, Sito might be doing the opposite, which is going to work quite well for them. But for now, what's just catching my interest is in how Rakan will synergize with this Olaf, what they will be able to do together. We were talking about a lot about Yuumi and Lulu, but this is completely different, and what a missed hook here from Kamoto.
Yeah, as we've loaded into game, I believe, ooh, UI dropping low. Hang on a second, as Sanji can't quite convert the kill there. And I mean, it is going to be Olaf in the side lane. I don't know that I feel great about that. I feel like Olaf needs a little bit of assistance with it when it comes to like utility. I think on his own, he's struggled a lot to get into fights and get kills. I feel like this is going to be a composition where Formulation have three people that want to get kills but can't really survive on their own. Charm does land from Kargu, flash out from the hook, and that's going to be Control burning one of the summoners from Formulation, from Kimao.
which is quite good for them when the intention for formulation was to actually provoke Control to burn one of theirs. So for now, what we're seeing is Josh is kindly just happily roaming in the bot lane, you know, like taking his position, while the top of Control Gaming are trying to siege onto UI.
UI forced to flash all the way back in the lane. However, Control may very well be in a little bit of a rough position, though, as Raider Zito under tower forced to flash before the crowd control hits him. Wouldn't have had tower aggro anyway, but it doesn't really matter. He wants to save himself in that exchange from dying. And Control, I mean, that's one summoner burn, but I feel like Control have had a good early game right now.
Yeah, I think the only issue with Kha'Zix right now is that when you commit, you need to commit. Otherwise, you need to burn your flash. Like, there's no way out if you're playing a Kha'Zix that's kind of way. And in this case, well, the burn flash was the only option available. Also, let's look at the wave clearing here. Much better from Kagu with Ari in this case, I'd say. I think it's going pretty well for Control as well. They can leave the waves push and just roam a little bit all over the map, which is going to provide them with so much Rift presence. And look at these once again. UI seems to be the main objective to beat in this one game. Olaf can't catch a breath, to be honest. He's constantly at risk of being ganked.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things about a pick like Olaf is no escape means that, like, no flash, he dies. It's pretty much it. Even though with Ragnarok, he obviously skips out on a lot of the crowd control. If you at least burst him down, he's very easy to kill. Josh is having what we like to call a free laning phase. He is not being pressured at all on this Tristana, and that's a bad sign for formulation, because once you get damage, you basically will take over the game. Going for a very piecemeal build right now. Has that the shard plus a BF sword, so eventually is going to end up with a bunch of crit, probably a Storm Razor in the mix with an Infinity Edge at some point in the build. Tristana with attack speed is probably second only to Vayne from AD carries of like actual team fight output, but her ability to reset and jump through fights and quickly like pentakill is pretty much unmatched from the AD carry role. Jinx is kind of there.
It is, but unfortunately she's not in this particular game. However, well, we've got Tristana. That's kind of like, okay, can compensate for that. And look at those. The objectives are already on the Rift. Both teams seem to be looking forward to this Herald. The Dragon might not be so expected or so anticipated as we thought, but let's see if they can take it, because Control right now is in a little bit of a fragile position. They're going to have to fight for this Herald if they want to do it. But remember, if you hit the Herald from behind, you get extra damage dealt onto them. So yeah, might have the upper hand, might not have it. Right now, they have to retreat.
Yeah, Herald resets. Zed goes in on Josh. Josh jumps away. Is going to get damage down from afar. Can't quite get it as there's first blood. The bomb explodes, gives Kha'Zix that first kill. Josh now has the reset on the jump. Can't quite get anywhere near, as the rest of Control aren't quite available to get into the fight. Sanji and Kagu were not close enough. One kill traded each, but with the jungler still up for formulation now, Kimau can look at taking that as Kamolta drops low. Olaf is going to run through this one as, now it's Kagu that's in trouble. The dash in from Zawa can't quite get the kill either. It's all just inches away from converting into kills, but Rift Herald summoned in the middle lane will be able to push this tower down, at least for the plates. We'll see whether they can stick the damage and actually get the kill. Doesn't look like they'll be able to. Mid tower survives for now. Control lose a lot from that exchange. The gold is relatively even, though.
They do. And now, well, at least what they can take is this Dragon, this Ocean Ward, that will help them a little bit, with the healing, which is, I mean, it's quite good. At least it's does something, even though the Dragons have been nerfed and so have been the effects. And it's time also to see what they decide to do now.
Kamolta Proto melted in, and I don't think he was ready for Zawa to just go aggressive.
Nope, absolutely not. So they're going to have to look a little bit more into this. And we've got last teamfight here. You got right now Corki with the Valkyrie, and it is... They just couldn't do much, right? This is what we talked about. You had the team members for Control very because across the rift they couldn't really approach their own team member to help him. So that's what happened right in there. Get another kill for Formulation Gaming. But now Formulation has to be a little more decisive. They need to know what to do. That hook was missed by just a little bit.
You say it missed, it hit. It should have missed. It aggroed onto Zauer. Like, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm blind. I probably am blind. My contact lenses don't really fix my
And you're
entire
also
vision.
getting contact lenses, and mine are not working properly, so
No,
it might be
mine
me.
never do. So if ever I'm blind, I'm just going to blame it on them. But Kagu, at this point, I can't wait for Nautilus to come into the game, because if you want to talk about broken hooks, when Nautilus eventually gets played in Wild Rift, that's when we get the fun, like, just ridiculous hooks that definitely aren't on track to catch. But anyway, that's a different patch in the future, hopefully someday. We're on patch 3.1, which means we've had the return of AD carries a little bit more into the meta. And this time we're seeing a Tristana go Storm Razor first. There's the Flay bottom lane, forces out the Ragnarok. Hook doesn't land from Kamolta. That's going to be the end of that exchange.
I'm feeling the absence of Darius very strongly here for Control. Like, there is something in me that's saying, what's happening there? You know, like, I'm missing this champion so much, and I think that was something that made Control really powerful. Now with Zed, it's kind of the same dynamic, but not so powerful.
They are trying to find Kagu, and Kagu's trying to get himself away. Lands a beautiful charm with double charge of the Spirit Rush, and that he made Formulation work for that, and that's going to allow Ryder Zito to come in from the side, get that first kill of the exchange. Well played from Kagu to at least burn a lot of the utility from Formulation chasing that kill.
Also, I'm looking over at Tristana here, Dash, and what you said about getting her head in the beginning of the game, or at least in mid-game, it's getting really complicated for them. You can see how they're struggling a lot with this. Tristana is just playing a role here and taking down the towers, and might go down on her as well.
Yeah, Josh is going to utilize the Buster Shot and the Flash to get back away, and you can see how quickly Tristana just took one tower very quick through that as Sanjarin is going to fall. That's the exchange there. No Buster Shot available for Josh, so does have to be a little bit careful. Kamolta's going to protobelt forward to try and cut the minion wave and deny this engage from Formulation. Still 100 health on that tower just there. About Control can't continue this one on. They've got Kagu trying to get there from the side, but doesn't actually commit to it. Oh, now they're going to try and land it. Charm is going to land. Does not give Josh the assist, I don't believe, on that. But they will go for the Rift Herald that is spawning in 5 seconds. No reset potential for Control, but they're just going to take the objective.
Yeah, which is going to be really good for Control in here. Taking this will allow them to have a little bit of more presence when it comes to the game. And for Formulation Gaming, this is not good news. The Olaf, you've gotten him a little bit ahead. The UI is in well, and let's look in the meantime at this.
Yeah, Sanji 1v3 is going to get a Haymaker. Keeps him alive for just another moment longer, but nobody from Control is there to keep him alive in the long term. Another tower going down in favor of Formulation. They've now cracked all 3 of the outer towers.
This is when you use Phase Breaker and you just pray that it'll walk out, but obviously 1 versus 3 didn't quite walk the way they intended it for. However, there's opening, and Formulation Gaming for going for this dragon, there's open new ways for Control. Like right now you can use a little bit of your time to kind of split push instead of just trying to steal it. Just do something else. You can. The dragon is an important objective.
With the lantern, trying to set it up, trying to get in for Ryder Zito. Stolen! Oh, but he's denied on the exit. Gets caught, the lantern doesn't complete, and they've already taken the objective. Control can just back away. They've got everything they needed from that situation, and you only lost 1 from it. Deathmark pops. Don does not get a kill, doesn't have anywhere near enough damage to kill Kagu, and that's a steal completed for Control. And this is the thing, Formulation, every time they start advancing a lead, Control just kind of fight them back on it and are able to take something.
Yeah, you can see right here as this team fight over the dragon. You see how your the top laner for well, anyways, Formulation Gaming right here going in onto Kamolto. He didn't have he had a way out, he was there, but Ryder City was one in trouble in this situation, and Sanjuran didn't quite get there in time, so that didn't allow for Control to do many things in this one-team fight. We hope that in the future that'll be the case, especially considering the next round will be a
Deathmark forced as an escape route's not what you want if you're Don right now. Stasis into the Lantern allows Control to gather themselves once again. They don't really have the position to continue this fight. Josh is on the top side, can't find a low health target, and I feel like Sanjuran has not even been in this game, hasn't been required to be in the majority of exchanges, but with the Rift Herald being pop bot lane, he's going to have to run mid and try and save Josh and Komoto right now. They could be in trouble if an exchange was going to go, but it's Ryder Zito and Kagu now that are in trouble. Charm lands, just going to buy them a little bit of time and buy enough time for Komoto to get there as well. Formulation don't commit. Now Josh is just going to try and run down UI. It's a long way with the fruit there to actually get that Olaf. You can see not enough damage yet on the Tristana to be outputting too much, but with an Infinity Edge and a Storm Razor, she is getting there.
Well, there we go.
Top lane, easy pickup on UI eventually. It's a kill going over to Sanji, but the tower will go to Control.
Will it? Oh, they've got plenty of time there. Oh.
Yeah, knockup, big knockup, however, comes through from Sour. Sour is able to start this fight in Formulation's favor. 1-for-1 overall, tower goes to Control.
If your Formulation gaming fun, you can be happy. Things are going well for them. They've got enough towers. They've got a little bit like a really small gold lead over Control. It seems like the competition is working. Now, if you're a fan of Control gaming, don't worry. Last game, it started a little bit like this one, where they seem to be losing, and then they started winning, and then they closed the game in just one play. So both teams have got things going on their way. But if I want to look at something again, as we were talking about before, is Sanjuran. Now you've got the Gauntlet, you've got the Black Cleaver, but I feel like his presence in this game has been incredibly diminished in comparison to the last one, and that might cause them this 1 point and take us to game 3. Like, I honestly feel that this player is not shining through like in the last one. And again, who did you rely on to deal that damage? Because Ryder Cito, once again, way in, no way out. You've got Tristana, but you have to be a bit careful. So
it's Josh. Like, Josh will have so much damage once we get later on in this game. Like, we're already past the toughest moments in this game for a Tristana. Like, Tristana has the stasis effect to dodge out on Zed. She's going to have Buster Shot. She can jump away. And there will be a point, once you've reached enough attack speed and crit chance, that you start going towards a little bit of survivability, and then Olaf can't kill you. Then you'll out damage. Like, Olaf does not have the utility here to really, like, truly run down a late game Tristana, in my mind at least. Like, Tristana is a monster when she starts getting late game damage, because remember, Tristana also scales with attack range as well, so it becomes very hard to approach her, especially if she gets like a rapid fire cannon for attack speed and crit. So I actually think this is a worrying place for Formulation to be in. I actually think they need to end this game pretty quick from the position they're in, because Control have 2 dragons already. If an Infernal goes over to them and potentially an Elder, like, this is a tough game for Formulation to turn back in their favor. Ooh, Charm has already landed. Half the health goes. There's the Ragnarok popped from UI and the barrier. Big cooldowns used from Formulation, and we haven't even really started this fight.
Well, oh god, this team fight could be quite interesting to see for now, but teams seem to be containing themselves, just trying to avoid a little bit that team fight just for now. But there we go, you can't avoid the flank, babe.
Yeah, Sanji is trying to get the flank, but it's all about the dragon. Now, on to the dragon goes Josh, and Tristana will burn through objectives really quick. With this high attack speed, she will just be able to take it down. It's already down to 2,000 health. Now they turn to at least defend the fight, as Dragon has gone in favor of Ryder Zeta. Big knockup, though, from Formulation is going to be able to keep him in place. And there's the stasis from Josh. Buys him enough time to get back out. Formulation have not lost anybody, and they've already taken down 3 members of Control, who are going to have to reset themselves, as it's going to be Baron on the cards for Formulation.
UI, oh my gosh. No more chasing, just a little bit of warding rather than the Bosch. 2 members alive for Control, and as you said, like, Formulation has lost any team members, but they lost the Dragon. However, this allows them to go for the Baron, which is an even stronger objective. So we'll see if they're able to take it without no issues, which might as well be the case. Ryder Zito has been spotted.
Ryder Zito has been spotted. does have to stasis out the death mark. Teleport comes through from Formulation just to make sure they secure it. Now it's wave pushing job for Josh. He's going to have to de-push bot lane, de-push mid lane. This Baron should not end the game, but it is exactly the type of bonus that that Formulation needed to be able to fight back in this.
And here's where the chaos happened. The box was working quite effectively, but then all of the members for Control went up in the air, and that was definitely their downfall. You see that how exhaustion was used on the Sandarin, and that was the end of the team fight. But again, quite good coordination by Formulation Gaming. Now the question is, can they keep pushing to make this a win, a victory in the scoreboard, or will this be like the end of the series for them? Because you can see them pushing and they've got the Baron power, but I feel like they are just focusing on one lane, whereas I mean maybe Crimea can do something else in the bot lane here, but Control also has quite a good wave clearing composition, so by picking kills they will be able to get rid of that. Let's see if they can make it for now. Stress for now, top lane seems to be the place to be.
Yeah, they're going to defend that top lane and defend mid lane at the same time. Don, he is isolated, so has to be careful that Brighter Zito doesn't go aggressive there. It's been a quiet game for Josh. Hasn't been able to find a lot of damage, but is this a team fight that can do it? There's dropping health bars, but with the Baron buff, Formulation say, let's just utilize this to the best of our ability, push down another couple of towers, and just only play objectives.
Oh, there we go.
Deathmark comes through, gets the knockup. It might be a tough one for Kamulto to survive through, and it is a tough one, as he will end up dropping Control now. Maybe under threat of their inhibitor dying. If Josh dies here, I think the game is done for Control, and they know that. 2 inhibitors under threat at the same time. Now they go aggressive. This is maybe a little bit of an overreach for Formulation as they're dropping low. They've got a couple of kills already. Josh manages to kite back onto the fountain, and they're able to take out Zawa. That's going to cause the end of this push, but 2 inhibitors have gone down already in favor of Formulation. They've put themselves at a good spot to go 1-on-1 in this series.
They do, however, I don't know, I'm kind of worried about them because I feel like, okay, if you look at this last team fight, you'll see what the issue is. And I think Control did this to themselves. They cornered themselves quite a lot. That's not ideal. That's not what you want to do, like right there. They have to go back. And in the meantime, you give all the space in the wall for Formulation Gaming to keep on pushing, which again is not the ideal situation for you. And I feel like I'm noticing a lot the lack of Akali and Darius and in this one game. Not just Darius, which is what I said in the beginning, but also Kali for the split pushing. I think that's really noticeable in this game, and Ari is not a champion that can do that so easily. So clearly an issue there. And what are you doing, Kagu? You're just waiting? Okay.
Yeah, Kagu is just trying to clear out the minion waves as far up as possible. The Elder Drake is about to spawn. Josh is just recalling. Kagu got himself the Guardian Angel. That's a key pickup now, because it means that Don, even if they find a pick onto Josh, he's going to be able to respawn if the rest of the team are alive, maybe have impact in the back end of the fight. Thing is, Josh has not got any of the kill credit. There's only 5 kills going over to Control, so Formulation's done a good job in that respect of starving Josh, but he's been able to pick up a lot of gold off these super minions that he at least is at the point of the game where he should be in comparison, and they're actually going to opt for a Baron for Elder trade here. I don't know how I feel about this, but considering the inhibitors are down, like Control are going to rush it down, should be gone at exactly the same kind of time.
Oh no.
Now you recall out, and Control can at least use their empowered minion waves to defend. And what they're saying is that they're staking their claim that our Tristana in the late game will out damage your Elder Drake single dragon for Formulation. I mean, this is a repeat of the last game where it was Formulation taking the dragon, and Control are the ones to actually potentially have a late game team fight win.
Totally. And here you can see this, and this might as well causing trouble for Control. It's like 5 versus 3 people, but again you can see the split pushing here finally taking place, also wave clearing on both the side lanes, and with no objectives on the Rift, it's just a matter of time before both of them need to fight. Like the Baron is still not gonna be spawning, you still got plenty of time to do that.
Whoa, Jess just jumped in. That is not what you're expecting. That is the one opportunity that Formulation could have got him on an aggressive play, but wow, that's not what you want. Nearly was forced to burn Summoners, but got away with it because of the Lantern. So Control playing very much at the top of risk at this moment. They're backing away, but they're playing well, actually. Control are doing this 3-lane push very well to try and sync their pushes up into the towers. Now they're going to get a top lane tower, and then they'll get the bot lane inhibitor push on, but that's where the majority of Formulation are defending.
It's that 1-2-2 here from
Deathmark goes in onto Jash. Jash is going to be able to jump away. Stasis will absorb the Deathmark and deny the Guardian Angel from getting popped. Still has that big cooldown available, and the Baron minions are still starting to push through. Jash is going to empower them. Will land a little damage onto UI.
And you're done.
In they go. Jash is going to back himself away. This is a full committal fight on the bottom side, but it's top tower that Ryder Zito is trying to get. Jash's Guardian Angel has already been popped. There's no exchange on the top lane for them to do. That's a big pull-in from Sanji. Can they get this first kill? They need to reset Tristana to get the range, but there's a Guardian Angel there, and they can't really do it. It's a second inhibitor that has fallen, but Ryder Zito has died for it. Control have evened up the inhibitor game and basically evened up the gold as well. Control with a superb push from the Baron, but now they need to get out. Jash has been flashed on by Zawa. Zawa is trying to close the gap, and they're trying to delay him recalling because this is a big push down the middle lane from Formulation.
Oh my god, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. What will happen here? This could be a team fight.
Teleport coming through. They haven't got Jash back in position. Deathmark is going to get Stasis through, and Formulation are going to try and just rush this down. Can they put out enough damage fast enough? I don't think so, as Jash doesn't have enough left in the tank. Formulation will rush it down mid and push through the Nexus for Control. Just an overstep. Control looked like they were bouncing back in that game, but Formulation will take us to a game 3.
Today's been so intense. This last team fight could have gone either way, and in the end it went to Formulation Gaming. I feel like Formulation Gaming now started to turn up the motor a little bit, like that's time to be like, okay, we need to be in the game. But again, Akali and Darius, 2 central pieces for Control not being there. You see it in plays like this one where if it was Akali, perhaps he will have been able to do a better role. However, Carol was not finding himself so comfortable in the early minutes of the game. And there you can see it very clearly. Also, the impact made by Yash and Kamoto in this game was practically non-existent until the later half, you know, and I think that was also costing them the game. Like Formulation Gaming didn't know what to do until the very end of it all, and I think if Control had a little bit of a different composition, things would have changed drastically.
I mean, I would need to see a replay of what happened with Ryder Zito into mid lane tower, because he'd already taken top tower and they were backing away on bottom lane, and just not having the numbers there. I think that was so close for Formulation to not actually be able to push it down middle lane. If it was just a matter of seconds, Control could have held on, but Formulation will even up the series. I mean, this is a lot closer than I was expecting it to be between the teams. I thought Formulation would be able to team fight their way past Control fairly handedly, but Control have done a good job. Like that Baron play was significant to get themselves back into this game, and they nearly fought their way all the way back in. And I'm just keeping my eyes on the minimap here, because this is where Ryder Zito pushes the top lane tower. Then he goes for mid tower, and I don't get to watch the rest of it, but it's okay. That was the push from Formulation to push it back in through the middle lane. Wow, this has really been a back and forth series between these two. Jash just not quite able to output enough damage in the late game. A good game from Formulation to know that they could end it there.
Yeah, particularly from Ryui and Don and Pakoko. I feel like every single lane has been performing quite well, which is something that I mean, it's quite a difference from the last game. You can see the damage output here. Pakoko with almost 27k, and I mean, you are doing more damage than Jash, you're doing more damage than Kagu, and you're on a Corki. So clearly seen here. Oh my gosh, look at the roller coaster right now. With most of the advantage goes to Formulation, but there are a few shining moments for Control, particularly in that last bit of game.
Yeah, definitely Formulation with their moments. This is an odd series compared to what we were expecting coming into this one. I mean, Formulation kind of getting away with it with just like the smallest of margins in that second game. I feel like Control probably should have been able to end that from at least playing slightly safer through mid lane. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see exactly where this went in Formulation's favor. I'm guessing it's going to be that last push down at the middle lane, but it's actually going to be the fight around Infernal Drake.
Yeah, indeed. Here we had, okay, this was a 4-man knock up right there. And of course, this could be the play of the game very easily. It's also where they kind of isolated Sanjiren, getting a kill on him and not allowing him to go back to the team and kind of recover from that loss. So I think that was quite interesting from them. And if they can keep repeating this kind of plays in the next one, they might take it in a way.
Well, they will be leaving it all up to one last game between these two teams. Formulation versus Control. We're going to game 3 in just a couple of minutes. Stick with us. This is sure to be an exciting end to the series.
You ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Last Chance playoffs, and it's times like these that we get our Game 3 excitement going between Control and Formulation. There was a very end-to-end last game between these two teams. I know Hells was watching that with a lot of excitement himself, so Hells, what have you got for us on your key points as we head into our final game?
Sorry, Stress. I was so excited that it took a little bit of time, but yeah, that's why Tristana was a late game time bomb, right? Like Tristana is the known late game time bomb. Although they reached the late game, but unfortunately the time bomb didn't explode. And also Ari was a great pick into Formulation Gaming, right? Like this seemed to be the free win for KTRL. They had such a good draft because Ari is really good against Olaf to avoid the Olaf engage. Ari is really good against Zed to charm him after he ults. Ari is really good against Rakan and good against Rivet. So they really had, right, that they had the survivability against the composition of Formulation Gaming. But then Formulation Gaming had really good CC and big damage to counter it, right? Like the Rakan and the Riven with the knockups, we saw what happened in one of the fights, and then Zed with the ultimate being able to hit everyone, Corki with the package following through, and then Olaf as well. They had, like Formulation had the good counter to it as well, with providing the CC and then the big damage as well. And we saw what happened at the ending, right? The Baron and the Elder Dragon. Formulation did a great job to survive versus the Baron of KTRL. KTRL, I really loved the call that they made, right? Like the desperate Baron play, because they couldn't take the fight. But then Formulation Gaming did a phenomenal job, just, you know, staying calm and collective, defending the Baron. They even lost 2 inhibitor turrets, but it's okay. They killed a few people from KTRL, and then they swept the tables and finished the game. Such a phenomenal game from both sides, really. KTRL and Formulation Gaming. I want to give massive credits to both of these teams, which is going to make the third game even more exciting. So back to Stress and Carbonite to get you guys into this exciting third game.
Well, there is nothing left to lose in this series for one of our teams. We're Game 3, Last Chance qualifier. So it is a double elimination bracket. We're in the upper bracket right now, and we'll see which teams advance. But really?
What?
Stuart's not even on the show today. We don't need the streams. Get out of here, Stuart. But yeah, new season, same old trolls. No trolls in this game. But Tyrus is Jungle Blitzcrank. We'll keep an eye on for the next time that we see Viv. Viv looking a little shaky in our first series of the day. Second series of the day, though, it's 1-1 apiece with Control and Formulation going head to head. We're about to head into the third draft of the series. Carmeline, what do you think is going to happen in this draft?
Please bring back Darius. Please. Can we get Darius back? Please. Thank you. I really need it for my life. Then I also think Formulation Gaming have leaned more into the kind of teamfight composition. That has worked so for them. So I might be expecting to see some repeated picks from last game. But again, I tend to like more Control's compositions, to be honest. And I can see the set appearing again, but I know Stress. I'm not sure.
Well, I like what Control are bringing, and I think there's a couple of things that I would like to see. Like the Tristana, I think, was so nearly there. Like the damage was there. It just was about playing out the team fights just a little bit differently at the end. I think if they hadn't have lost members, I don't think Formulation could actually push down the mid lane. And then Josh got his recall denied by Zawa. So I think that's a key moment in that last game that really allowed Formulation to rush down mid and get the push for themselves. Let's head into our third draft and get ourselves underway. I think a couple of key bans that we've seen today that have slipped. We've seen some Gragas bans, seen a bunch of Olaf bans, but we saw one game from UI on Olaf that I wasn't amazingly convinced on. And then there's always that question about Fiora. She got nerfed, but still seen some play.
Yeah, so many things could happen right now. But for now, we'll see what they've been banning. And again, as you said, Gragas, Fiora, Camille was also banned in the first game, if I'm not mistaken. So we've seen quite a little bit of variety.
Camille got through for Formulation. Like UI got that through because they played the Galio Camille, and I was like, yeah, Formulation, they're going to crush them, and then they didn't.
Oh, okay. So in my mind, at some point, just kind of shuts down. But then we go the Akali and the Aurelia have gone down together. They are banned, but for this one game, and so is Darius. Why?
Well, Formulation struggled against Sanjaran's Darius in game 1 of the day. Now the Gragas has been banned away. The Akali, I think, as well, just to take away from Kagu is enough. Irelia, as we mentioned in both games so far, has been banned because it's one of Don's preferred champions from the middle lane. Kind of, I wouldn't say a one trick, but certainly just a pick that people find a little bit trickier to deal with since Don kind of plays so much of it. Camille, not going to be picked up for Formulation in this game, so banned out this time, meaning that they have a different first pick in mind. Varus and Ziggs are both available as Olaf finds himself the last ban of the first phase. So is Rakan. Rakan is up 2.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So now I'm a little bit like thinking what we're gonna first pick, and it's gonna be Ziggs being banned in all the games. In this one, he was open. So again, he's been a little bit nerfed. Well, the Hextech Minefield has been nerfed, going from 6 seconds to 4 seconds. But hey, you know what? It doesn't matter. We saw him today being played by in the previous series, so it's okay. And Rakan, as you said, it's been left to be picked by Kamoto. So hey, things are happening way too quickly. Corki with Rakan in the bot lane, kind of switching it around from what Formulation Gaming did in the last game. It worked for them, so why not for Control?
Yeah, Control going to opt into it, and this gives them late game as well. Gives them that bot lane carry, not opting towards something in the early games so much. So now Formulation get to decide. The Galio is a pretty obvious pick if they want it against the Rakan. That's a Leona. Oh boy, we'll begin to dissecting that as we get into game, depending on the rest of the composition, because I don't know that I think that is worth that high priority at all. I would have much preferred some kind of jungle presence, maybe even the solo laner, like the Ahri has worked out well in this series. There's a Graves, so Graves could go jungle, could go into the solo lane, could be that Baron lane Graves. Leona does bring good engage potential from a distance, but man, second pick, blue side, that is not what I'm ever expecting out of Leona.
Yeah, me neither. And also, well, okay, Leona has a solar flare. Of course, you've got the blade, but I don't feel like it's so important, as you said. Shin Zhao, for example, is a champion that I can get behind. I can be like, okay, you've improved the damage that his attacks do, his abilities do, you know, like I can get behind this one pick going for rather Sito, and I think he can play it quite well as well. And in exchange, you're not going to be playing Riven versus Shin Zhao. It's not an option anymore for Formulation Gaming. Again, Graves could be going jungle, could be going top lane. Both of them are viable. But hey, you know what? I think Control can be feeling quite comfortable at this point.
Riven banned out. We'll see where it goes. Zed now the next one taken away from Formulation. I wonder whether Dawn would also play Graves in mid. It's not quite so good. Like, there's this really, like, feels like a small point about Graves in the solo lane, but with top lane, you can utilize the trading pattern around the bushes and the fact that his end of the line will explode off the wall. Mid lane, you don't get that so much. There's no terrain really to abuse in the same way that the Graves can in top lane. So that's certainly like a PC Baron lane talking point for why it can be strong. We'll keep a track. Graves could, of course, obviously be going top lane. Zed ban, Jace ban. Where's the last ban going from Formulation? It's probably... So will it be a top lane pick? I'm looking at what else. Set is available if they want to ban it out. It's a Yasuo ban. I mean, Xin Shao Yasuo combination does, you know, the third strike knocks up, so it's a really easy mid lane pick, but like... This draft from Formulation, they've got me really, really flummoxed on this.
I will ask Mavila, but the thing is, obviously, I can't talk to him right now. So, are you okay, Stress?
Yeah, I mean, you're banning AD mid laners and then Diana's open. Like, I really don't get what the point of this draft from Formulation was. Now we get to see whether the jungle pick is coming through. I want more crowd control. You could pick a Kha'Zix if you want, but then you're relying only on Leona to start the fight. So you'd have to look for like Kha'Zix Ahri from this. Fiora, also no crowd control, so jungle Fiora is likely to be the pick here. Obviously double flex potential. I think Ahri has to be the pick to round it out. You need crowd control to come from somewhere else in this lineup.
particularly versus Diana. So I could expect that pick to be going through in a few seconds. And now for control, there's also the question. What?
Okay, Graves mid lane or Renekton mid lane. Renekton brings crowd control. It's not as easy to make work, but it certainly is enough so that you can land one target, get the kill, or use the other to follow up. Don't really want to play that too much. I mean, now you're going to see what the top lane matchup is. You've got a Renekton. If you're assuming it's Renekton, you can pick a scaling matchup. If you're assuming it's Graves, you need to bring something that can fight early game. And there's a Wukong. So Wukong top lane, assuming it's into Renekton, but that's not a matchup that Wukong, I think, does that well early game, but it's not a matchup that I played too well.
No, I agree with you in this war. Like, Wukong, okay, you've got Cyclone, but of course that's going to be available from level 5 onwards, and I don't really see Trickster could also be useful against this Renekton, but I'm not so into this matchup. As you said, I think Renekton can deal a lot more damage in less time. Wukong will be better against all the type of champions. I know a more squishy one that is not so focused on that kind of thing. So I'm not enjoying this particular composition by control. I still believe,
The interesting thing is both of these comps want to team fight and neither does it particularly well. That's the thing, is like you've got Diana, but there's some anti-synergy with Xin Xiao, then on the other side you've got like Ziggs and Leona, but then Graves doesn't want to team fight. Fiora kind of is okay team fighting, but like not when you're playing Hullbreaker Graves on the side lane. Like Renekton wants to go in, when you're playing 1-3-1 you want to go back. So really disjointed compositions. I mean, 3.1 has changed a lot of things with the itemization, changed a lot of the draft priority, but like this is a complete left turn into crazy land.
This reminds me of the time, talking about anti-synergy, but the time a teammate was playing Lux, I was playing Alistar, and I managed to push the enemy out of Lux's ultimate, which obviously earned me quite a lot of flame for that teammate, because I mean, like, obviously I helped the enemy team. Something happens. Oh my gosh.
Jeez. Okay, there's a lot to talk about here. It's none of the lane assignments that I was expecting. It's Don playing Fiora mid lane with Graves jungle. Now, Graves did get a pretty big jungle buff, so that's a nice addition there for Kimau. UI playing top lane Renekton into Wukong. So, yeah, not any of the lanes that I was expecting to see, but we'll see whether Kimau can farm up and have that lane presence, whereas Don, he gets to have one outing on the Fiora this time.
Just to provide a little bit more insight in that one, Graves' damage now comes from end of the line, which will be 150% more to monsters. So, I mean, that's where this buff is coming from, just to get the viewers a little bit on the same page as we are. And now looking at this, whoa, there we go. I think Kago is doing quite well.
Yeah, well, the riposte is down now, so that's going to really be difficult for Don to survive. That does dash out, though, as survives it a whole lot easier than I was expecting. And Kimau is now going to take bot lane crab, as right as it takes top lane, and UI is actually kind of struggling in this matchup.
Yeah, which is something that we didn't really expect. We were expecting more to be Sandrine, the one who will be suffering a little bit in this one. But hey, look at it, the end of the line. You can see already that walking as it's supposed to be. And oh my gosh, be careful, Kamoto.
Yeah, Kamalta's going to ward this out. They know that Graves can just walk into the enemy jungle on this bot side and absorb that blue buff. Now, UI is going to try and fight Raidazito on the top side of the map. He's got vision of the buff, but Raidazito knew that this was happening. There was a ward there, so we'll be able to just smite it down. Don is trying to come from mid lane, but I think he's just a little bit later than the exchange goes off in UI. UI is still level 3. Sanji is level 5. This is the worst situation to be in, as the Renekton does pop level 4 and gets just a little bit of health there as Raidazito goes under the tower. Grand Challenge does not complete, and that means there's no heal on the back end of that control. Take first blood in the top lane.
Yeah, Dominus wasn't even available for him, as you said. Level 4 still didn't quite have many options, and Yeah, first kill going over to Control here, which is going to work quite well for them. Moving on to the next segment of the game, also the kill going to Ryder Seto is going to help them immensely on this champion, which will be using these resources that he's been given to buy more items, get his scaling quicker, and, just generally take the game away if they're allowed to do so. And in the meantime, you can see here how the mid lane is preparing a little bit. Dawn is just circling there to buy the next itemization, and Black Cleavers are appearing all way long. The Black Cleaver item prep is right there. I think this is an item that we're never gonna get rid of, are we?
Yeah, we just have a big patch, and they don't even touch the one item that is really prevalent in every single game. So we'll continue on that one. Maybe they just decided they'd put an even stronger item in for Divine Sunderer, and see how that goes, whether we see it in every single game. We've seen it every game so far today, and I'm not surprised to see that happening. First objectives of the game are going to spawn now. We're going to see which team prioritizes which. Infernal Drake is the first dragon of the game, as Rift Herald is up. UI, once again, I feel like this entire game is under a lot of threat. Does have his flash available.
Ouch.
Uses it late and ends up dying as Control. Pick up another kill off the top lane.
Yeah, that was not properly timed. But hey, now Control has been seen. They know what objective they're going to go for, and they know that these two members are alone here in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Josh and Kagu don't quite find the moonfall over the wall, as Feko is going to be able to satchel charge his way out of that one. Josh now in a little bit of trouble. Mega Inferno Bomb is going to deal maximum damage to Josh, who is burning down, and Dawn can't get it, but forces the flash. Big flash used there as Control pick themselves up the Rift Herald, and Feko is going to try and land some bouncing bombs. Can't quite get it to work. That'll spell the end of that phase of play.
Yeah, now Yash and Kamoto have to go back. Sandurin was about to go back. No mana going on for him right now. So that's going to be the key here, recovering a little bit. There's a time to just, back to base, think a little bit about what you want to do, and just go back and keep pushing. The wave is done here versus Kagu.
Yeah, Kagu, there's the vital proc by Dawn, but he doesn't want to go into the tower, did not have full vision on where the rest of Control were, so backs away just in time to get himself out.
Yeah, and now the vision here been established by Formulation Gaming. I have to say it's quite good. They've got not all the critical points covered, but quite a few of them, which is going to work out in the later stages of the game. Control is missing a little bit of that, a little bit lacking in that aspect, and I think versus bigger teams, they might be struggling. And when I say bigger teams, I mean like Game Lord or WREC, for example. Game Lord is already qualified, so never mind.
I was going to say, luckily for the teams in this bracket, Game Lord already in Barcelona. So.
That's an advantage here. It's like you get to play the last test qualifier, and the good news is that Game Lord is not playing on it.
Yeah, the bad news is WREC are here, so you definitely have to weather through that as UI. Oh, it's a rough game to be playing the Croc on this one. 0-2-0 in this game so far. Mostly because Control have just thrown everything at this Baron lane and said, okay, well, let's just hamstring this Crocodile. 800 health, the tower races on. Who is going to get it? It's going to be the team with Ziggs. Formulation take tower first blood ever so slightly in front of Control, but it is enough to secure that bounty. And Control, even though they have 1,000 gold now as a lead, they're going to try and push into middle lane. Ooh, they've done enough to get that knock-up on to Feko. And with the Rift Herald pushing in, it will take the turret down. Feko has fallen as well, as into the back line goes Ryder Zito. Tower falls. Control take everything they need from that exchange.
Whoa, that was a little bit risky from Control's side. In fact, they lose one team member, in this case Ryder Zito, but hey, take
now
another
the knockup, Zawa this time is the one forces to use the ultimate, and now Control going to continue going. That's another kill going over. Josh picks it up.
Well, that's good. I feel like Josh has been a lot more proactive in this game than in the last game. And Dawn was even right there.
On a ward, spots it out, forced to dash away, doesn't get forced anything else out. Control have done a good job of actually punishing around these objectives early on. And mid tower being down is a really significant thing with that top tower. UI was looking to kind of safely play his way back into the game, but this was the dive on mid lane.
yeah, you can see here that Coco gets a little bit isolated. And so it's the case for Yash, who has to go away quite easily. The turret got destroyed a little bit later than they would have liked it because it really impacted Ryder Cito. And there we go. You can see here now the optimizations that are starting to come up. Divine Thunder, that you were talking about it for Sanduren, Triforce for Dawn, and Black Cleaver, of course, for Ryder Cito. I feel like, I mean, it's kind of what we were expecting, kinda. But I need to see something else, you know? We've seen Vampiric Scepter. Give me something that I haven't seen before, at least something more innovative.
Don right now is the saving grace for formulation. Like, he's very far ahead in his own lane, but now it's bottom lane that we're looking for. Sanjiren and they're trying to turn around this engage onto bottom lane, and Don forced back away, drops low as the Mega Inferno Bomb picks up the kill onto Sanji. Is traded for a kill on Don, but down goes Kamulto, and now Control are trying to back themselves away. Can't get it as the explosion from Graves is enough to cause some collateral damage, and it's Formulation now taking themselves the second dragon of this game.
Yeah, indeed, after a quite good team fight for Formulation Gaming side, I feel like they were able to identify quite easily who Control's main assets were going to be, in this case Ryder Cito and Sendrin. And of course Kamulto just getting isolated once again. That meant that he was going to go down quite easily, and as a Rakan you want to be close to your allies in order to be able to cast your abilities, any of them, and basically be able to protect them with the shields moving towards them. But if you get isolated once again, you can't do that, you can't fulfill your role. So we'll see how that works out next minutes for Control, but for now the Herald's been taking part of Formulation Gaming.
Yeah, Diana already took bot tower as well. I don't think the Control are really going to commit. Oh, they'll commit the attempted steal from Ryder Zito. He gets it. Control take everything from that. They got bot tower, they got Rift Herald. Ooh, that is a little sloppy from Formulation to let that happen, because Ryder Zito, smooth as anything, gets over the wall and flashes back out.
And you can see it here in this one player did what you talked about, like the synergy between the abilities between these two champions. It happened, you can see it from Control's side. But then again, another issue here was the squishiness of certain champions. And even though they tried to counter it here with Corki, it wasn't just possible, and it ultimately ended up to Control losing 2 team members.
They do bounce back with the Rift Herald steal and bot lane tower as well. And now it looks like they might be setting it up for a Rift Herald to be dropped in the bottom lane. That tower has already kind of been prepped by Kagu. That does mean they have to go aggressive on it to actually convert it. 1,000 health on the tower, or 1,300 there or thereabouts, as Control will back away. They don't commit the Rift Herald in. And that means that this is going to get stalled out a little bit in this exchange on bottom lane.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, we'll have to see. Again, Formulation Gaming seem to be going over towards the top side of the Rift here, just cleaning a little bit of the jungle, getting a little bit of experience up, and also, of course, getting money for the next items that are going to be coming up. We can see several large rods, and I, again, think Formulation Gaming a little bit kind of playing to the pace that Control is setting. That's not exactly what you want to do when you've got a 6, for example, on your team. You've got a Graves, you've got a Fiora. Should be the one dictating how things go. Yet they are just allowing themselves to be carried by the waves. In this case, the waves will be Control. And not even that, but Control, you know, Ryder, Cito, and Yash are being the main carriers for the team right now. So by taking them out, you take the team out, and I feel like Formulation Gaming are not being able to identify that so easily. So again, we'll see what happens with this one team fight that seems to be approaching quickly as the next objectives will be spawning. But yeah, they really need to set up the objectives properly and say, okay, this is a person that we need to focus in the next team fight in order to win our game.
Yeah, if they can make that focus work for themselves, that will, of course, you know, turn it in their favor. I mean, Control have a slight lead already. It's about 2,000 gold, just shy of that. And Control, I mean, this has been a very back and forth series. I feel like even when one team's had a giant lead, we've seen end-to-end action between these two teams, and probably one of the closest series we've seen, but it certainly is not one of the cleanest.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not the most thrilling series of them all. Like, I feel like we've seen more, like, better, higher level, let's say, series, and it's weird saying this because, again, Formulation Gaming, the impression and impact that they gave me during the WREC was that they were a really solid team with really solid team plans and strategies. And in these 2 games that we're seeing, in these 3 games now, I'm not saying that. There's something happening here. I don't know what, but they're definitely not being as convincing as they used to be. Maybe it's Control being taken out so early during the WREC. Maybe we didn't get to see the best of them.
Oh, Sanji's going in. UI has been caught again, and despite dominance in the barrier, he is going to drop, and now they're going to go
Sour.
aggressive as his dragon getting rushed down. In they go with the charm. It's not quite enough to steal away the dragon. Fekko drops low. Will get picked up. Surely, yes, it's over the wall goes Kagu, and they're going to be able to control this lower side jungle. Kagu can't quite find another one, but Baron is up. Rift Herald is pushing through in the top lane as well. I think Control have done enough to maybe take this Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. And Formulation Gaming seems to know that heading over there. Well, the Herald is still doing its things. You know, the Herald is still alive and living its first life. While the Baron is being taken down by Control here, let's see if Formulation Gaming can do anything about it or not. In the meantime, remember the Herald is
down.
there.
I don't know why Control aren't just rushing this. They are giving Formulation... No, you cannot back away from that.
Well, they are doing
I'm mad at
right
that.
now.
Jeez, you've got to play defensive around at least the jungle. Anyway, let's take a look at that fight.
Okay, yeah, we're seeing this right here with the ultimates by Xin Zhao as well, and that was still up, and that's when it is gonna kick in. Xin Zhao's ulti, then you've got the chasing by Corki. Fakoku was kind of saved by it, if I may say, but ultimately gonna be taken out by them, and Sour will be the last one to survive, as well as Crimea, I think. So, you know, a little bit of both for them, but Control really taking control back in that 1-team fight.
Yeah, I maybe I'm wrong on this. I'm willing to be wrong, but I genuinely think that you have to take the Baron in that situation. I think it's easy enough with 3 people dead that you can actually take that down. So I'm a little surprised they didn't. I want to just take a note that we've seen a Hextech Mega Drive picked up by Kamulto, trying to just go and say, okay, I just need my crowd control, my proto belt, I need everything just up as often as I can in this fight. Mega Drive, I feel like, has gotten a bunch of buffs recently, and we're seeing it in this game out of Kamulto. We've seen a bunch of different Rakan builds over time. Like, some people go AP, some people build just traditional defensive. So Kamulto's just like, I just need to get into fights, and the rest of my team will do the damage.
Absolutely agree with you. Like, as you said yesterday, I think you guys were discussing this too. Like, is Rakan gonna go AP? Is he gonna be tanky? But well, you can see here what he's opting for. Divine Thunder, 2 of them going on for Control, none of them going for Formulation Gaming. I think the champions don't really lend themselves to this. And also the pings are flying like crazy right now from both teams. It's clear that both of them know what the enemy is, but will they be willing to fight in what could be not a game-ending team fight, because the towers are not just there, but like in what could be a really game-defining team fight? No, they're just gonna retreat. It's not the best time to do it. And if they go for the Baron now, I think I will scream.
No, they can't. Like, Control can't go for Baron off this. Their best opportunity was when 2 people were dead, and they didn't rush it down.
I guess I'm just
It means we're
right
going
now.
to slow the game down for a little moment.
Yeah.
And Control just don't feel as comfortable to push the lead as Formulation. When Formulation have been decisive, I think they have looked like the better team. But Control have been able to kind of steal games back from the late game. Like, they nearly did it a second game in a row.
Absolutely. And also look at this. The next objective is point 24 minutes. I was about to say 24 seconds here. The next Elder Dragon and, well, the one Elder Dragon. Let's see who tries to take it first, because we saw Formulation Gaming getting quite alarmed when it seemed like Control was around this objective. And now it seems like both teams are going to clash at some point. They're measuring each other, being like, okay, just bow.
Oh, Kagu caught under the top lane tower, forced to Zhonya's, forced into stasis plus the barrier. That's a big pick, and this is what I mean about like formulation looking decisive. Don knows he can just go aggressive there, nearly has himself a Guardian Angel as well, and he just picks one off on the side lane. Now the team go for Elder Drake, and I think formulation have figured out that they have the overlap here. I'm assuming Don is going to go back and buy a teleport and get himself into this fight very quickly. There's the engage, comes out from Komoto. Hextech or Mega Inferno Bomb is going to split the fight for now. The fight has been continued by Don, though, as he teleported in. Control haven't picked up any kills, and Don is the one to pick up one, as Control have lost 2 members overall, and now formulation go back to this Elder Drake.
Yeah, Kagu about to spawn in like 10 seconds, but that's more than enough for Formulation Gaming to take it away, or maybe not, because Control
Kagu's
is
going to rebuy his boots.
Backstage. Oh, okay.
It buys the teleport. If they engage on this, here comes Kagu, but that's big damage up ahead of things from Formulation. Are they actually going to engage into the teleport? It looks like they will. As Kagu is looking to go in, can't quite find the ultimate they were looking for, and that is going to be Formulation just ripping through, ripping all of the health bars away as they're going to take out Control. That's the ace. Elder Dragon goes down. They have a Ziggs. They have damage. I think this is just going to be the end of this game.
It might as well be. Terrible team fight by Control. Like, it didn't seem what they wanted to go. Then they stay in the dragon. They are willing to give it up, but they are low life, low mana, low resources, and this just gives Formulation Gaming the perfect opportunity to get closer to the enemy nexus and yes, take it down, take the game and the series away.
Yeah, Formulation put enough damage down onto the tower. They're going to eat through. It's only 10 seconds left on the death timers, but it doesn't matter. Formulation will make their way past Control 2-1 and advance in the upper bracket, but Control made them work really hard for that series win.
They were really close to win the game, but unfortunately in this one last team fight things all went to thrash, and Formulation Gaming was able to take the series 2-1, really close. And this makes me wonder, what will they be able to make when they face another team that has more like, let's say, practice than Control, because Control hasn't been playing together with this current roster for so long, just Formulation Gaming has. So whatever happened today cannot be repeated against a team with more experience together.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, we've seen teams like WREC, demolish teams that just weren't so clean around these fights, and I feel like Formulation, there's definitely some areas that I think they need to tidy up before we really get into the later stages of this tournament. Like, I'm a big Formulation fan when you look at how they normally play. I think today they looked very much off balance from where they've been. Like, their team fighting looked a little bit shaky at times, but they did have some decisive calls towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know, today was not the best day, and I hope it's just one day and not the way that they're going to be playing for the rest of the last chance qualifier, because otherwise it could be going home very shortly. But well, this is a deserved victory, as in like when the time came to make decisions, like the Baron play that you were talking about that Control left, if they had completed it, things will have turned out so differently, but they decided not to, and that kind of decisions can cost you the game. Formulation Gaming seems to be a lot more on the same page in this case, in this type of scenarios. Like in this last team fight, you can see it clearly how they commit to one thing and they commit to it. They don't just let it go, which I think, again, is really important if you're going to be trying to take, just not the game, but the series away. So again, disappointing performance, but not a bad one. Disappointing.
Yeah, and I think that's to be said for both of our series today with the winning teams. Like Viv looked a little off as well in the series. I think that their series that both teams will want to forget the minutiae about, learn a couple of lessons, but the result is what they needed nonetheless. Don looking pretty strong in this last game, had been banned out constantly throughout the series, came out as well having a pretty decent game. I mean, Formulation, I think with another couple of games under them, will be able to steady on the meta. Control, I actually think, looked a little bit better than I was expecting given the changes that they've made. I think that their late game, it was really difficult actually for Formulation to play around.
Yeah. And also, despite Sandrin not having this best game, I feel like in the first one, if he manages to play in like that one, he'll be doing much better. You can see here how Control was so dominant throughout the entire series. up until the last 2 minutes in which they just started losing, and of course it went back to Formulation Gaming. But still, I think they are going to the losers bracket, which is not a bad thing. Like, again, as we said, double elimination bracket means that if you lose, you get another chance, but that second chance is the last one. Like, there is no third bracket that you can go up to. That's the last one, so they really need to put everything they've got on it.
Yeah, there's no last chance qualifier. So really, it is all about securing those spots for Barcelona. We have an interview with Don ready. Let's head over to Hells to hear more about Formulation's win.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stress. That was an intense series, man. I want to ask you immediately, how do you feel after this crazy reverse sweep? Because you were down 1-0. But you guys managed to win 2-1.
Hello guys, hello Hells. Well, the mental was a bit down after the first game because like KTRL actually improved a lot. And I need to say that they did a lot of scouting, in my opinion. Like, they rewatched all of our like tournament games on the official, you know. And yeah, but after the first game we just said, okay guys, just like mental reset. Everything is fine. We just corrected some mistakes. And and it worked out.
Yeah, that's definitely what it felt like. You guys looked much stronger during the second and the third game. And I want to ask you, right? Like, to be honest, it was a bit messy, right? Like, the games were a bit messy, a lot of mistakes. And do you think that's because of the new patch? You know, because you're trying to get used to the new patch?
On the one side, yes. Like, the new patch hit hard. Like, the new items, like the meta change, you know, the buff nerfs. But overall, the gameplay was kind of poor, in my opinion, from my team. So we will try to improve for the next series because, yeah, as you said, like, we did tons of mistakes, and we'll try to work on it. But overall, yeah, the patch hits hard.
Yeah, definitely, because, like, you know, you guys played incredible, but this is not the formulation I know, right? Like, I know you guys have more behind the house. And talking about the next series, you're going to be up against Viv Esports. Are you going to be prepared for that one? Are you going to be, at your top level for that one?
I don't know, but I can't assure this, you know, because, like, no one knows what will happen. But we will give our best, it's for sure. Like, we will try to pull out some new strats, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very excited to see that one. And then I want to ask you one last question. Top teams from Europe, WREC and GameLord, right? Like,
yes.
How do you feel potentially be matching up against them very soon, right? Because you're going to be matching up against them very soon. You have to get through WREC, and then there's going to be GameLord during the live event as well if you make it. How do you feel matching up against them with your current lineup?
In my opinion, with our team, we can like compete against any team, like in Europe, even maybe Worlds, who knows. Yeah, we just need to like play our game, you know. We can't fall into the trap of playing enemy like play style. That's basically it. We just need to play our game, and I believe we can beat anyone.
Yeah, I believe it too. So thank you very much for the interview. I wish you the best of luck. Congratulations for the victory. You know, have some fun with your team, and yeah, we're gonna be giving it back to the casters to end the show.
Thank you. Bye bye. Peace.
Thanks, Els. Thanks, Don. I think when Formulation are playing their playstyle and they aren't, as Don alluded to, kind of dragged into playing other people's, I feel like that's when Formulation are the best. Like they team fight very well typically. Like these playstyles that engage and then stay in a fight are what benefits Formulation. So I'm hoping that they can kind of mix the new meta with their type of playstyle and come up with something that works for Formulation on patch 3.1. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see their successful end to game number 3. So a big win for them, 2-1. This is the fight that turned it in their favor.
It is one okay with the TPs coming up here. You're gonna see it right now as Skaguga had this purchase teleport, and you see it here. This is one of the things that it was highlighting about Formulation Gaming, committing to objectives, committing to the team fights, which is something that Control didn't really manage to do. Like they seemed like they were going to do it, and then they weren't going to do it, and then they did. So
Yeah, that was our play of the game. That leaves us basically with only one last thing to do in this series, and that is eventually crown an MVP. And this one was a bit of a struggle to do. I think some series have really obvious MVPs. Some series have like players that go off in every single game. I think this is just kind of a consistency MVP, and that's going to Kimao, the jungler. I think, generally pretty good. Even though Ryder got a couple of steals off, I think Kimao did do a pretty good job in this series.
Yeah, I feel like his role in this game was very important. As a jungler, of course, you're always kind of dictating the path of how things go. And in this one, I feel like, all the credit to him. Very important appearance that he had in this series, and particularly in this one game.
Yeah, so congratulations to Kimao for picking up the MVP of this. I'm hoping that we see stronger performances out of Formulation. And as Hells joins us again, I'm going to put you on the spot by I will take the bullet and then allow you maybe to explain. Viv and Formulation advanced today, but I think they underperformed quite badly from both of them.
Yeah, definitely. And, we kind of know why. It's because of the new patch. And I just wanted to make sure by asking Don, right? Like, he knows as well that they made a lot of mistakes. And as he said, the new patch hits like a truck, right? It's a massive patch. New items, new buffs. People just kind of have to find the limits of the new items, the new playstyles, etc., etc. So, we can't put the blame on them because it's a new patch. It's a new patch. Like they don't know it either yet. So there's going to be a lot of inconsistencies. But I genuinely believe after a week, after 2 weeks, we're going to be seeing the old teams again. And maybe some of them are going to be even better, as we talked about.
I agree with that totally. We look at tomorrow's matchups. Clash and Team Dark go head-to-head in our first series of the day. Then it's going to be Revenant going up against Control. Some interesting matchups there, but we will be saying goodbye to two of those teams at the end of tomorrow's games. Totally agree with you on your comments there, Hells, about how we just need a little bit more time with this patch. I think it's probably going to be the same when we look around the globe at the different areas where some of the teams really get upset by this patch. Others take to it well. I want to say thank you, though, Carmeline and Hells, for joining me today on the broadcast. We will be back with tomorrow's games. Same place, same time. We shall see you then.
Hombre.